Are you
No,
guys are?
I was being sarcastic.
So let's go ahead and get started. Thanks everyone for making time on a Saturday to try out this retreat workshop idea, which I've been wanting to do, and we can do it after action review and decide if it was worth our time. But I appreciate the opportunity to just spend some time together learning more about all the issues and things that we're working on together. So we do have an agenda. I mean, that said, I think we can be a little bit flexible. We do have staff with us. Do we have anyone else joining us at any point?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so we don't have to worry if we are not meeting someone else's schedule.
What board member is I'm trying to think? No, okay, you're right here.
Yeah.
Didn't count you, sorry.
You sit across the
He had a
table.
desk.
Right, exactly. I missed
That's
you.
what I wanted, yeah.
Very good.
So, our first exercise of the day is just to get to know each other a little bit. I don't know if you had something you specifically wanted to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did. And part of it is like getting loosened up is like, I promise you I'm not going to do like the kind of icebreakers I do daily. But part of it, I know, like, be spaghetti or something like that. But it does involve, in order to break your paradigm, we need to stand up and go stand in a circle. So let's go stand up and stand in a circle. I know, you're like, I'm going to get you moving.
Well, that was a bit awkward.
Okay,
All right.
I'm done with this original.
Oh, there may be dancing, but there's not being spaghetti. Okay, but it's, yeah.
Is it just the board, right?
No, this is. In fact, if Eric is available, it's
No, I'm not.
building within the- so,
I'll
that
be
would
there.
great.
I'm gonna move over so it's not just staff.
Okay, yeah, please do. That would be great. Well, first I'd like to go, so we see each other's last names, we don't see each other's first names. So I'd like to go around and say your first name, your preferred pronouns, if you're comfortable doing so, and your day job. Then, here's my wacky one. If you did not take, could not take a bike or a motor vehicle to get here this morning, what would your preferred mode of transportation be? Without bikes or motor vehicles? I see that you don't look confused, so we're going to start with you, and then we'll just go.
I
yeah.
practiced that. I guess Scott is I do marketing for a nationwide co-op of food service equipment dealers. Right now, one skill history is that I have my own marketing agency, and I walked here, and that's my preferred way. So
Okay.
it's like cool.
Okay.
Tage, and I work for the Nature Conservancy. She, her pronouns. I'm the Deputy State Director for the Nature Conservancy in Colorado. And if I had time, I prefer it would be to walk. If we're in a hurry, I have my grab license later.
Okay. And this can be anything. It doesn't have to be humanly possible. Okay.
Oh, then I would fly.
Okay, good. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, you look everyone for me.
Well, that's great. I was going to go there too. But David, I'm the Director of Parks and Natural Resources for the City of Longmont. He, him, his, and I would teleport for Zoom.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
My name's Erin, she, her pronouns, and I work for an environmental nonprofit connecting youth to the outdoors. And I think giant cat. I would ride a giant cat and bury my head in the fur and just ride like the wind bullseye.
Ben, he and Recreation Golf Superintendent for a very short time so far. Well, a little longer, but getting to. And I would take a transporter. I love Star Trek.
Yeah.
Gee, that's a surprise.
And I was like,
If you know Ben.
Yeah.
Jeff, him, Director of Recreation and Culture. And following your theme, being a Game of Thrones person, I fly my dragon.
Yeah.
Steve, him, Senior Project Manager, but my fellow board, that's coming.
I'm Dan. I used to be at C8. I've been retired for 4.5 years now. I would walk, and I would have if we'd started like now instead of 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, Tom. I'm a investment banking professional of some sort. I do industrial and affluent in the $10 million range. He, him, and I think to fulfill a stereotype, I would either ride or get inside of a kangaroo.
Perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so now I have a series of questions to help us like kind of just get into like being able to work together better. But to get into your groups for this, we're going to change groups with each question. You are going to do some sort of interesting walk as dictated by me to 80s music. So, and you're going to be really happy for this. So, the first one, you're going to duck walk all around, and then you're going to get into the nearest group of whatever size of the amount of claps I do to stop you. Does that make sense? So if I clap,
What's it done?
a duck walk. However your ducks walk.
Okay.
I wouldn't know because I do not have ducks because they're not legal in the city limits.
So if they were legal, you'd have them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but so if I clap twice, you're in a group of 2. If I clap 10 times, you're in a group of impossible. Okay, got it? Okay. All right, we got a little come on Eileen. All right, duck walk. Group of 3. Okay, group of 3. Okay, so this one's pretty easy. If you weren't here this morning, where would you be and what would you be doing? So, in your groups, you're going to talk about that. Okay.
I'll be walking on my treadmill.
I didn't know any plans because I didn't hear it.
Yeah, but I think on the regular
Thursday,
Saturday,
so you're getting
probably be in the garden, wouldn't it?
You finished breakfast?
I would be in my run, but I would be planning my
Took out the lower control.
I might be running on mobile trip.
It started raining.
Although, when I say relax, that's what you
So it's good.
Yeah, exactly.
So you want this to last all day?
Okay, now there's part 2 to this question. Because most of you got, where would you have been 10 years ago today? Guessing. Where would you have been 10 years ago today?
Probably doing your retreat.
Okay, so you'd be doing something.
Yeah, I was a deckhand for a couple years.
Okay, you'd be deckhanding you.
I probably would have had to bringing out notes is
We'll have one done.
I've
Now it's just like deckhand
Yeah,
stuff. Like stuck in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fun. Okay. Okay, so you would be I would be
Yeah, because James hasn't been on
probably
staff.
dragging
The board is
some
basically
or taking
weeks down. My original thought was
I'd be
I
sure.
was driving tractor, spending money on gas and time. This
Soccer
buy
game.
even the weeds and then sell them to the market. And I did that once.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
selling it all.
And that this window is going to close in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That window is closed, and we got a little more. Come on, Eileen, because I am not great at. You are going to moonwalk around. The best you
I don't know
can.
how to do this in a meeting.
I know, yeah.
And this is so much better than I usually do. Ah! Four. Yep, the best you can get to four. Best you can get to four. Okay, fine. Okay. What was the best class, team, or group you have ever been a part of, and what made it so great? So think about a team or a class or a group you've been a part of that was great, felt great, did great things, and what made it so great?
Well, I have a team that I
I'd say
could go
the
collect.
soccer team was around for about 15 years.
Yeah, and that's what it, like this could be 20 years, this could be, you know.
We were, okay, we didn't win
The
all
recreation
the
team
games.
during the flood was in the shelter, and it was so cool to see everybody come together and really for our community, as well as do a large event.
It was like 4 or 5 days.
Oktoberfest was out here,
was going
and
to
we had
happen.
this car race,
And we
fireball run.
Very nice.
And
We
I'll
did
never
too.
forget the guy that led that event was the
We had this little group that.
and we're in the midst of the flood, right? It's the weekend after it's happened.
And it was kind of
And
fun.
we want to
just
try to get
at the
people
very
back to
start.
normal. And this guy wants to
Guys,
argue with me,
our
he goes,
job was
I'm done with you, I want to talk to that city manager.
So.
And Harold had already said, when he talks to you, you tell him you're talking to me. I said,
5 years ago.
I'm all you got
This
right now
weekend,
because everybody else is tied up.
It's crazy.
We ended up working it out.
Or whatever.
The rec team
And
was
so
What made them awesome?
It just,
I ended up
there was
buying,
never
3,000 pounds
why
of brass.
it was all hours. I mean, it was
So
21
what-
solid days.
Yeah. Yeah, so
It was
like
different
it
shifts
was
where,
yeah,
you know, I
like,
work
oh, no,
at 8
it's
o'clock
fine.
in
I'm
the
like,
day.
well, looks like
Come
it's
in
gonna be
for
rain.
the
Like, oh no,
weekend.
you still have it. Like, okay, and it
So,
became so
yeah,
happy.
it was all
But
about
everyone was
serving
like,
and helping
like,
them.
like, oh, I remember that batch. That's crazy.
So, what has it evolved into? Because this is off topic. Because last year, my goal was to run a 5K every month. And the Colorado Brewers Association has a 5K. You started a brewery and you run. So I saw so many different breweries last year that I never had gone to.
Yeah, so the Brewers Association,
Colorado Brewers Association
still
5.
exists, and then there's the Independent Brewers Association.
Okay.
Because there's some definition issues about
Energy, and we have
because it's
enjoyed
not really
together.
independent. So, the beer trail basically disappeared. So Joe, who was visit Longmont, left for Missouri. One of the other business partners, Travis, moved to the Western Slope, and then it became less fun doing it like all myself. and also like the brewers were starting to mature, so it's like
Right.
once they start hitting 3 to 5 years,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. My brother-in-law ran a full drive club.
we became a little bit more
We ran a
office stuff and all
truck competition a couple of times where you're hanging a car off of impossible
So we
angles.
kind of just
At some point, all 4 wheels off the ground and
Right.
relying on some worn winch that
Yeah.
probably shouldn't be used.
That's a
in the
great
first
little
place.
thing. That they get
But yeah, we used to run that
so.
club.
Yeah.
Run up,
All right, so it's on me now.
yeah. And
I would say it's probably the group I was
Colorado,
deployed
nothing
with
else going up there.
during
But,
Desert Storm. I was deployed
yeah,
in
it's
England, actually, so we drink on here as well. But
we all grew up.
it was an airbag station facility where we had
then
the C-130s and
tracks.
we came in that way and stuff. And a pretty
So,
big
Yeah.
So for
great
you, it was
group
like,
that just
was it
worked really
being
well
with your
and,
brother that made it so special?
tried
Was
to
it-
do
More
it.
than once
Base
we did a fair bit, because these are big
too,
cars.
Right, sure. And yeah, they
But
it's funny.
nah,
because it's on
yeah,
local beer,
we
there's
got
so
involved
much
with
good beer
community
there.
work. Like I was a carpenter,
They would do
friend
anything
of mine was
for
an
Michelob.
electrician and all that sort of stuff.
Wow. Anything for Michelob. So we take our ambulance and drive from their
We had
base
cyclones
to the American base with a class 6 and
Wow.
ambulance up with Michelob.
We were on
Back
one
and
road
host
down
parties for the
a
Brits.
thousand people.
Michelob since before like
Yeah.
Philly Squire concert.
Moving to
when I was 15.
the tops that also wear the logging hat. They also wear the friggin' road safety hat. all that
Somehow I
kind
knew
of
you were
stuff.
gonna say.
We run out and take
Oh,
a
really?
big
Yeah, I
don't know why I
trucks that we
fucked
got
that.
out. Big racks to bring up.
I can grab my phone. So
It sounds like.
They're calendar events. I mean, they're.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I volunteered for something over at Whitney. I thought it was beer trail. But maybe they just had
Yeah, it was-
Renegade Beer Trail merchandise.
You feel a rattle in your chest.
So
It was last year.
It was last year. They still have our tokens. So there's about 40 brewers that have our tokens.
Feel that thumping in your chest.
Some
They're
of
legal
them
guys. We
are
couldn't actually run
inside now.
except for when there was a disaster,
When
and
there's
everyone was like, "Hey,
That's when it was first opened.
Right.
Because it was,
The current team
part of it
that,
was
were
for roots
that,
because
well,
it was
seems like I have a lot of
because they were bound on the Iowa machines because nobody wanted them there.
We've gotten
And
sick.
then
We
Powder
all
Keg was
see
opening at the same
stages of
time.
life and
And
things like
we're like,
that.
oh, well,
So
help,
we
you
really,
know, those guys.
trust people's motives.
Yes, it's Colorado Brewery running the series.
Oh, yeah. So they do the kind of Fort Collins and Denver runs.
Yeah, Breckenridge and yeah.
Tolerance and.
Don't they do one at the Hooter too, I think?
See, things like this thing, I never would
Oh, little
have even heard of parties.
Right.
All over this.
Yeah. Runs and brewery.
All over your.
Yeah.
There's some list I stumbled upon this week that was the best brewery in each state.
Oh, yeah.
Like in Colorado, I was like, I never heard of it. Some brewery of Breckenridge.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it wasn't Breckenridge.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it was, but it was like beer, not beer wrong.
Well, we went from 180 to 400 different. We peaked around, which is ironic, about 420 is where we peaked. We're in the 350 or so. She was losing my standard. No doubt.
It's hard to track.
Well, yeah, and the thing is that there's
Your love of sport.
distilleries are replacing too.
Right. Cideries, they started dropping cideries in these too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people are just like, oh,
So that team for those 3 years.
Well, beer has the reputation of carbs and not as healthy, and
Right.
spirits are supposed
Makes
to
it- makes it fun.
Yeah, 7 of them. but
There's a
not
better,
many.
there's a better profit margin.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I got to move
Yeah,
everybody
right,
around.
right.
All right, you guys ready for a change of conversation? Okay, now you're gonna walk. You're gonna run. Actually, we're gonna run because, like, you know, we didn't get our workouts in this morning. You're gonna run, but in slow motion to the next group. Okay, and hopefully I can get a whole different. Here we go. Getting a whole different thing of music. I hope. No. There we go. Come on. You can do it. It's asking me for Candy Crush. I do not want it. Okay, never mind. There we go.
Play tennis with you.
Oh, okay.
My YouTube thing. Okay, just go anyway with this bad music. Slow motion running.
Feels like a.
Okay. All right, stop and 2.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
All right, so you got it?
Fucking around, figuring it out. Yeah.
Okay, so this one might take a second to think, but it probably won't be a really long answer. Think of a relationship or group where you felt fully yourself and could contribute the most effectively. Name 2 things that made you feel like you could be yourself, 2 conditions or things that made you feel you could fully be yourself.
One more time, Aaron, sorry.
So thinking about, I know it is. Okay, it is. So you're thinking of like a relationship or group, maybe that group that you were just in, I don't know. But you could be fully yourself and you could contribute really effectively. Not just fully yourself with your college roommate, but like fully yourself and you were self-actualized, contributing, powerful. Name 2 things that made you feel like you could just be yourself. And contribute.
What's that?
Team night.
Oh, I think it
I
is
have
being
two.
myself. Yeah, I don't know. It's like one of
First
those.
of
Yeah.
all,
Nobody else.
I have nothing to
Hopefully you know work or do stuff that doesn't make you want to do something.
I was gonna say, I think for me, I said, hopefully I'm.
Right.
I don't think I can to separate myself from that group.
Yeah.
Be that an employer or. Actually, it's been a bar. I've kind of set my internal sort of. If I work, it's like, if I don't feel like I'm contributing, I don't feel like I'm enjoying myself, I don't really want to be here. Exactly.
Nah, yeah, because it's one of those things. You already have to spend time away from your house.
Right,
You bother paying the mortgage on. You may as well go do something that you want to do.
Exactly. Yeah, contributing. So,
Yeah.
4 others have been out.
I feel like I just, yeah.
You feel like like your job, that's what you're doing?
For the most part, yeah. Every once in a while, like, we have a harder case and stuff like that. So, I know, loss of family or something like that, or loss of half of the family, you know, like, all of a sudden, like, someone, or the other half of the family inherited, like, too much money, essentially, sometimes. Like a dangerous.
How long have you been doing this?
About 9 years.
Okay. Is it a small group you work with, or is it?
I work for
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But is it a small group within?
Yes, it is a small group within.
All right.
I don't work for the retail operator. Yeah, I work for, it's me and 3 other guys.
All right.
Yeah.
So is that's something long term that you see yourself continue to do, or is this something
I think
you
so.
can off to do your own?
You could. A lot of people have been doing that.
Right.
Actually, a lot of people, funny thing is, everyone thinks being regional banks.
Right.
People are now also entering into even smaller
That's what
groups.
they wonder. There's like dollars and people are willing to have their own like more private,
Yeah, and also you get to like sit down with
personalized. Right.
sit down with the owner type of stuff.
Right. Okay.
A lot of people have done it. Right now, I've got 4 months that I'm staring at.
No.
You know, like in 3 months, I'll have 4 months off. Like, yeah, and like, oh, really? Yeah, full day. Yeah, I got 3 girls, and I got a boy coming.
Thanks. Yeah, that little bit of security with having someone else take on finding the customers and managing that piece and having the back end.
Yeah, the retail bankers that are supposed to be there for you, right? Some of them get them.
Okay, we are going to wrap this one up pretty fast as well. I'd like to hear some themes that came out of that. Anybody have any themes?
Camaraderie.
Yeah, I think both sides.
We're a bunch of creeps.
Yeah.
We struggled with that one.
Okay, time that you could fully be yourself.
Yeah.
We kind of went with if it's a group or a organization or relationship and we can't be ourselves, we really don't want to be a part of it. So we kind of it's kind of a bar I think we both kind of personally set. If we're not contributing, we're not feeling like we can be ourselves, I don't know why you be engaged in those groups.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. I'm gonna table that one in my head for a little while. It's a good one. I like it. All right, so this next one, you are going to, if I could get this to go, we would, but we're not going to. Man, YouTube. I should not get my YouTube music. Okay, so we're gonna do. There, let's come on Eileen again. We're gonna walk like an Egyptian hieroglyph. Walk like an Egyptian hieroglyph to your next group. I know, you guys are dying to do this. Like, not if you're doing a hieroglyph. That's why I said a hieroglyph, okay? Because I feel these people.
Egyptian, you want
like a hieroglyph.
It's like walk like the letter
Right here. Yes, walk like the letter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So we're going to stop, and you're going to be in a group of 3.
Look at that.
Okay. 3. Okay. What are 2 things you hoped you could change, support, or improve by being a part of this group? And that includes, like, you're hired to be part of this group. What you thought you could do by being part of Longmont Parks and Rec.
Yeah, for me it was
creating
parks.
I wanted to do it right.
Yeah, I stumbled over.
I was glad that I got an opportunity to not pick up a torch or anything like that, but at least show up and say, this has been something that Parks and Rec.
Well, for me, that last conversation was it. I was at the county for 19 years.
It's made on the ballot.
County commissioners didn't want to listen to me, and the things I wanted to do were not
So make some progress.
Be here. I mean, you're paying me fine. I got a pension. I think I'm not fired. I said, why would you have everything? was Longmont. It was during the flood, and it was over Longmont, so how much stuff they were getting done quickly.
They were there for like 2 years. They appreciated their study.
Yeah, but that's there's only three, exactly. It only takes 2 of them to make a decision.
Because you don't really know until you ask it.
Convince one, yeah, I'm gonna convince one. You know, here's it, convince 4 of the friends. There they said convince 1.
Yes.
Yeah, it was World Tour, so obviously the most powerful job there really is anywhere. I mean, you just have to convince one person basically.
Straight out of there. Like 4 of the bloody things.
That's fine.
Oh, really? Yeah. Anyway, so
Well, it was aggravating that I just felt like it could be represented better. Like I wanted to represent people and entities that could represent themselves as well and access our systems. Shouldn't have to solve that.
do you feel like you get to do that in this group? One of the things Jeff and I struggle with all the time.
Oh, I think so.
The
Yeah,
opportunity.
I think my biggest struggle obviously always it's just resources. It's not with, but it's like it's the
It's like someone involved on their
there's
if you don't fit into our
Oh, it is? Oh, I never made it.
yeah, well, it's, I mean, if you look at who's at city council.
Oh, it is.
They're not standing. Rarely people's color, rarely outside demographic and gender.
And that's probably Steve's biggest problem with me.
Okay.
It's like, can't we
If
just do
you're
that?
there,
Here's the plan, here's we do that.
20 more seconds to close up your saying.
It is a challenge.
Before they go there,
All right.
So I try to learn to light the fire to dry out the blanket a little bit.
now you don't ever
I heard there's like a whole name that I'm gonna go out and check that out. A bit of American stuff. Yeah. Oh, that'd be fun.
One of the
city star.
All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut it off because you guys are probably having, you folks are probably having a really good conversation that's really productive. Hopefully we can continue that. We're going to backwards walk to a backwards walk. Okay, you're going to backwards walk for a little while. Walk backwards without killing somebody else. Backwards walk.
risk management is not here.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. The building's closed today. I'm just gonna drop you.
1, 2. Clap, clap. Dyad. Dyad. You dyad. Okay, I'll be in the dyad. I'll be in the dyad. Okay.
Yeah.
Think about a time when you didn't, I should have mixed these last two up. This is my last question. A time when you didn't feel comfortable as part of a group, and why not?
This group.
Thank you for that.
That's to say, Jeff is like that.
Who brought this one?
It's actually a
I get that.
But I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I lean into it. Sometimes I do it like, you shout, like, and then
I'll tell you, my sister, her first child, so my now 34 or 5. I went to her, for some reason, I was 18, 19, I went to her baby shower.
Yeah.
I didn't feel comfortable with a big group.
I don't know why I would have.
Yeah, that's
I do remember that bigger, but I don't think this again.
similarly. The only thing, the one I have to say is also like my mother-in-law. I was used to, we call them head weddings
Every
in
year.
Australia,
And
and so
It was a
you're in the house, except for the pregnant person and anyone else, you don't want to get pretty much. Yeah. I mean, that's 90%. But yes, everyone gets together gets angry. So I went into that expectation.
all these
My mother-in-law was like dainting up the house, cooling, all sorts of
Sparkling soda.
and so I went these people, and then it's like civilized, high society music, and you're just speaking. Yeah, that's how they're talking about. This didn't go
Well, I've been places where I'd rather, you know,
we both are just like, no, we're just tired of it. I guess I'm always great to retire.
Yeah. Probably spent 3 hours talking.
We did, yeah.
although we talked, she had the new home.
This is my.
I can't even remember.
She went to a party event for
So I guess I was on.
She called me, she was exhausted.
Yeah, it's not emotional.
I can't help you, 2,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Put me on the FaceTime or FaceTime or
That I was at sea.
I'll help you fold this in the face, you can't figure out. That's all I can do, I can't, that's stuff.
The old time, they start rubbing the temples.
Right, I think I got a good 40 bucks. Easily 40.
Oh, I tried to be. Yeah, tried to be. I'm better
It's
at it.
light years away from me right now. You know, the distance between that and me and where that right now is
My first test, Viking.
Yeah.
Well, my daughter's 19.
Yeah. 5, yeah, so 14 years, yeah.
When's your wife?
Oh, yeah.
So now it's yeah, I do, yeah. We go to Greece.
Oh, you're right.
Well, next week, fuck that. Yes, we'll be there for 2 weeks. So we'll go to Greece, technically Frankfurt, we'll be there for like half a day, hang out. Oh, it's a whole day, but like, it's like half a day, you know, because you don't know anything. So like,
Both ways.
and I got 3 kids. So you get my serious, like getting all this water.
Oh, yeah.
Right. They take a little
Yeah, we saw the sign.
Yeah. No. And so you jump on a fudge, let the hotel swing to wherever the next destination is.
Okay, so we're going to give you 20 more times to think about it. You're going to share out.
You're probably going to be on
Yes.
Yeah.
And then,
I didn't see that area, but also back there.
it's like where all the white buildings are and stuff, I think. Yeah, and then go to Crete and stuff.
Creek was fantastic. When I go back over there.
That's a good spot. It was a popular.
So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna jump on.
Oh yeah,
Jump
that's
off.
where this campground is.
Yeah.
I have 56 months and they're
Maybe that's
nice,
what
very
we're
nice.
gonna get off site there.
Sight
Get
of
in
and
Venice.
kind of walk out here like, oh,
When
there's
we're in Athens, we were
yeah, it was really
it's across the road from the
Yeah.
Yes. So we're gonna walk like across the street, and then we'll scan the line and the gate will
It's so much better.
That's a different story than the.
You know, when I was there, I just remember,
Right, and we should.
but
Because
I just remember being in awe about
it's not just because I want bikes to.
the scale over there.
Yeah,
is
so
much
can you
bigger
share
than
that?
you
Can you
expect.
share out a little bit what people said? A bit on that one? I know we're going a little bit over time, but we started over time, and I honestly think this is going to make all of our meetings more productive. Like, I feel like this is very important for us to all know that we're coming from a similar place. It's a really good place. So, but if we can find out what makes people feel marginalized or not part of the group, then we can know to just kind of be cognizant of that during our meetings. So that would be really helpful. You don't have to step on eggshells or whatever to tell, but this is kind of nice to know. So I would love to hear what you heard from your group, not just from me. So could your group step up?
For the last question?
Yeah. For
In Australia, when you go to a baby shower, you get drunk.
okay, that's good. But what makes you feel not part of, like when you don't feel comfortable as a group? Like I'm actually deadly serious, and hopefully you're taking these things.
The example that we both use is we both have found ourselves at baby showers.
Okay.
Well, this was for your kid though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
wasn't my,
And
this
so
is my
what do you
sister's
think
kid.
made you feel uncomfortable about that scenario? Like what's that like down there with what
I
you
was
feel?
18 years old and they were putting diapers in the microwave with chocolate bars and having to guess what's
Oh.
This is just weird and nasty and
gnarly.
yeah, what didn't make me comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
think we got off track with it.
Could it be that you were in a different space for your gender? Like you were in
Certainly.
a different gender
Yeah,
space?
certainly.
Like you're like not represented?
And I was also 18, I didn't know anything. So I'd be I'm very comfortable now when we get in the shower. I don't bring my own beer, but yeah.
Yeah.
But-
We talked about like kind of introvert extrovert dynamic, just because I like just am naturally more of an introvert. So when I have to be in situations that are like, I gave the example of like cocktail parties, I don't like mingling and talking to people I don't know, but I like, small groups or one-on-one conversations. And my husband on the other hand, like we would probably not know our neighbors for 5 years if it weren't for him, because he just goes out and talks to everyone. So just that like being in a situation where you have to talk to a lot of people you don't know, especially when it's kind of just like not a very meaningful conversations, just
Especially PNC cocktail parties when you're working. And you have
Yeah.
to like be professional and be knowledgeable and all that. You're always on. It's exhausting.
It's
Really
hard,
get
isn't
strong,
it?
yes.
yeah. So that's what we talked about. Dan's
Thank-
more of an extrovert, will be shocked.
But I find myself uncomfortable being asked to be drawn out in this particular event right now. This field, I'm an engineer by training, and I'm like, let's cut to the chase and move on, and so this feels weird to me.
Yeah, I bet it is uncomfortable, and
And then you're not making it any better.
But
Right this instant, you're not making it
I
better.
bet I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I don't really want it mean to make anyone uncomfortable. It's not to increase our comfort in the future. Discomfort sometimes can be bad.
We talked about toxicity.
Like, what does toxicity look like?
If you have someone who's in a group that whether wants to take over or doesn't understand the mission, understands you have to be part of a bigger group of some sort, makes other people in the group uncomfortable, right? So, if they're not aligned with everyone else, then somebody they kind of derail the mission of the organization. So they need the people who are trying to be there and volunteer. Want to be there. So.
Yeah. It was kind of along those same lines, and being appreciated for what you did or what you brought to the activity or group, and some people wanting to control everything and not allowing you to participate at your fullest, and then there's the potential of, after they've pushed you all the way, then they complain that, why aren't you helping? And trying to find that balance.
Well, on that, I think we should
Thank
move
you.
into thing. You're welcome. Hopefully we feel like a little more unified after this. And I do appreciate it. It is hard for a lot of people. That's not everybody.
I
It's
mentioned
just
that like my organization is one that does a lot of this, and even though I don't love it, we do it, and so I have like learned to do it. But I appreciate that everyone participated, and it is nice just to have a chance to kind of talk informally about a variety of things with each other. So thank you for setting up your market. Grab some snacks, and we'll get started diving into master planning.
I didn't know the whole, is that the budget process? Why it flows on Saturday or is it
It's
just?
never been open on Saturday, just for special events like rental.
I'm not
Is it
serious.
for Sundays too? I mean, it's a
Yep.
weekend thing?
Really?
I didn't know
I didn't
that.
know that. I think that would be a high visitation day.
I know.
No, this is retired people.
I guess
only
they
go
do.
out during the week.
It's not open.
I'm speaking from experience.
I
On a
get you.
weekend,
It's not
world is
open on
crowded.
weekends.
Lots of germs.
Okay, so
Right.
my super cheapness comes in. If it's not open on the weekends, we're wasting 30% of the.
2 out of 7 days a week,
Yeah, like what else could it be doing in those times? Like, They could be doing literally.
Did you used to do this?
No, we were community services.
Oh, right.
Well, Paige, you know how bad I could have made this, right? That's what I like.
But I think you might have had a report, so I think it was a good.
No, I knew that. Like, you know how uncomfortable it is to do something like this with a group that I perceive as like this, because we don't really know anything about each other. I don't know why anybody else is on the board. I don't know how anybody was chosen. I wanted to do something about that, but then I didn't want people to be defensive and say, like, I was chosen because of this or whatever. Like, we have no idea why the city council thought, you know, Paige would be good at this or whatever, right?
But I'm unsure that we know.
Yeah.
33, most likely. You were the warm body who showed up at that interview. Nobody else did.
Oh, really? There were 12 people that interviewed, I think, when I interviewed for the one position.
For prep?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're.
Me and Sam.
Well, they've changed the process. Council doesn't want to waste their time interviewing 12 rebels, and they have staff cut it down to 2 or 3.
The other one.
That process changed probably because around your time, there was a lot of people that were interested for a period there, and council was pulling their hair out, trying to find the time to do it.
Right.
Black
Right, it was a tough one.
Thanks.
Thank you for bringing.
Just the building is used on the weekend. The history of the senior center has been that most seniors want to recreate from 8 to 5 on Monday through Friday, so they have chosen not to be open, but the building has this sort of thing on Saturday and Sunday all the time, so it's not just sitting empty.
I was. Kind of.
But I will tell you, it's an interesting thing because as Ronnie Manus is the new manager here, one of the things that he and I have been talking about is expanding hours till 8 o'clock at night, looking at some Saturdays, because there are a lot of folks like myself that are between that 55 and 65 year old age that I can't come here 8 to 5 because I'm working. So trying to expand those hours to give other people opportunity is one of the goals here.
And I'm never going to be able to retire. I mean, I have $6,000 in that account.
Yeah.
So, they're going to have to be open. I'm going to access it.
Anyway, okay. We were just conferring over a recent Nextdoor post where a student of some sort is advocating collecting signatures to save the sledding hill at Dry Creek.
That sounds like part of the leadership program at Silver Creek.
Really?
You'll see students, this time of year you see students writing in the
Well,
newspaper.
I think
that's
it's
all part of that.
associated with whoever the teachers were that are.
So Steve, you want to just share what's going to be happening so at least the board knows about that?
Sure. We have been working with the Army Corps this week. They're getting really close to bidding the project. They're going to bid in June and start construction in July. I would anticipate that they'll be removing soil from Dry Creek starting around September. It will probably take 4 or 5 months. Because they have to take out the soil between the creek and the pond, the tidal pond now, incrementally, and then put the new soil back to create a dam. So that project itself will take about 15 months, is what we're thinking. But they're going to be rebuilding the sledding hill exactly as it is now with just different soil. So they're actually going to.
The rec center go there though?
Well, we're working it's a rec center location, but we can't get the Corps to move our dirt forest to the new location. They're willing to put it back where it is.
But the sledding hill will be in a different location.
Ultimately, once the rec center goes in, the sledding hill will be moved to the west side of that park. It's part of the master plan.
I would just encourage you to put like a lot of really good signage and maybe have a committee meeting before you start that.
Well, that part's happening. The hill's going to be.
No, I know it's happening. But I just
how do we get the word out there?
How do you
I
get
get
the word
that.
out? So
Because there's at least
I thought
This
you
hill
meant
will
before
be
you
back.
let the Corps do it.
Yeah, like this hill will be back signs. Like
Yeah.
it will be back.
we're taking it in for the summer.
Or at
Like when
least
the,
you
when
might-
the elephants are gone, when the elephants are
We're
gone at the zoo,
sledding
they just
this
sign up,
all
you
the
know,
time.
Right.
to have lunch, we'll be back soon.
Right, so that, yeah, so
Anytime
that
it's
people
Toyota
don't think that the
truck.
elephants got killed and that their interests, they
Yeah.
still think that their interests
And I
matter,
think that
especially
comes down
students.
to item 4 on the agenda. Like, how, it's not even my project, it's not even a city project, it's an Army Corps project. We're allowing them to do work on our land because they're giving us $10 million worth of
But you're gonna get
infrastructure.
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's really a challenge as far how far each individual project manager has to take communication with each individual citizen.
This is the importance
That's
of
what slows things down.
communications, though, in that whole process, because
Yeah.
a particular person doesn't know the nuance of
Right.
who's doing what, and why.
Okay, let's start with our first agenda item, which is focused on helping us better understand sort of master plans, master planning process, and what plans are most relevant to the work that we think about, and how we can and should engage.
So we have access to all of the plans that we talked about on Monday night. We as staff, we kind of talked about, could you talk a little bit more about what you really want to hear about today, and then we can better respond to questions?
Well, before you do that, I can list the plans.
Yeah.
Well, you want to list them in, I think, Paige, we talked a little bit about too, that the umbrella piece and how they all fit together.
I just
So-
kind of want an overview
Yeah.
of like master planning. How does it work? What do you do with it?
Okay.
Yeah, can we put the J drive up on here?
Shut the screen down?
Yeah.
I'll get that, you get to the.
Oh, the one project.
Oh, yeah, it's that one. So, Envision Longmont is the overarching comprehensive plan for the city. Council adopted that 14, 15-ish, somewhere in there. And there are a lot of tenets to the Envision Longmont, the comprehensive plan, that talk about wellness in the community, talk about connectivity, talk about transportation needs, talks about recreation. So there are components to the Envision Longmont plan that really do impact the work that this board does, or guide the work that this board does, because that's sort of what guides the city processes when we put together projects and programs. Then there's the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan that was adopted by council in 2013, I think. 14? Yeah, 14. And, that helped prioritize projects for us. We are working towards completing that list. It said in there that we would get these projects done in 10 years. We're going to be done in probably 13 or 14 years, not 10. We recognize the need to update that master plan to help us determine what the next projects are. We were going to do that last year, but city manager decided that he wanted to wait on some of these master plan processes, because there were several that were going to be going on at once. There was going to attract some of the same people, and we didn't want to burn people out. So
So you
just
separated out the recreation piece, so right? Like, so why is recreation going, but not parks and trails? if
I think
they're
there's
Well,
It's two
it's two plans.
Yeah.
So the recreation master plan is based around recreation programming. So it doesn't address the physical buildings and need necessarily for physical buildings. And I know Jeff can explain that part of it better, but the plan itself is related to the things we offer. It links to the facilities we have, because that's how we do certain things as far as the aquatics or what we're doing. But it's really more about the types of things we're offering, the directions that we want to go, how to reach out to as much of the community as possible. That's what that plan is about. And it was separate. I don't know the exact reasoning at that point, but the buildings are different. So that's a different plan.
here are all.
And I think Paige, on Steve's piece, when talked about not moving forward with the master plans, there was a couple of pieces. I think Steve had one, but one was, if you looked at all the plans that were ready to be renewed, staff-wise, there's gonna be a lot of same staff that was gonna be involved, so it's gonna take staff time. Community, probably the same people interested to be called out to go to these pieces. And what Harold really at that point, this is really where that 8 and 5 came into. Why are we looking to develop new targets and goals if we're this far behind on what already is there. And that's where I think some of that drive came in to say, let's not take staff time to develop more goals, let's complete the goals that are still out there.
Yep. I think you some of how physical buildings were put into that plan different because funding or was
It was how the Parks Rec and Trail Master Plan originally was about facilities and parks. And then we, after that was moving forward, decided to do one specifically to the programming for recreation. So instead of combining them, it made sense to keep them since they were done that way originally. We have one about facilities and parks, and the other one about, again, the programming and activities and events.
But you guys are talking about facilities in this, because we're talking
The
about the new rec
feasibility
center,
study
right?
is a separate thing from the master plan.
there will be pieces of the feasibility study certainly that we use,
Yeah,
but when we're done with the feasibility study in June, we will be continuing on with the recreation master plan, taking some pieces and things we've learned and then expanding. We'll be coming back to this group for sure.
and did all the projects that you guys have in the CIP, were they originally identified in the master plan?
Yeah, and
Not all new projects were identified in the master plan. We do a lot of park renewal and other maintenance type projects. Those weren't identified in the master plan because they're just sort of ongoing operational.
if you look at the parks, trails, and recreation master plan, there's a kind of a 20-year plan in that shows the parks and the build out, and those are all based on some of those pieces are where we have needs and gaps, how we connect things, but I think it's pretty well laid out in one of the tables within the parks, recreation, trails, and master plan. And that's where I think, with the group kind of looking at, what comes next, that list has been guiding since I've been here in the 7 years, that trying to get through the first 8 of those, it has been a challenge.
Do you know what you're looking for? You're going so fast.
Yeah, it's the
Just
chart.
I know, but yeah, I'm not gonna look at it.
Trying to
right
scan.
now.
Wait, is this it? Is this it?
He reads it in the hand.
So how long has
You can't
Harold
read
been
that
part of
fast?
I mean, I've only been part of the city for, I don't think it's.
Stephen knows before I got here, but I think it's around the flood time he came in.
Harold was hired in 2012.
Okay, so you came in after me. I mean, I just didn't, I was always super low level, so I never.
Right,
really
here's
heard
what I
anything.
think you were looking at, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
There we go. So the short-term projects, we've got Dickens, we've done Ham, Sandstone is coming, St. Vrain Greenway, we're working on
One phase of it.
one phase of it, but not the other one. We're waiting strategically until the county acquires some land along Airport Road. Spring Gulch Trails, phase 2 has been done, phase 3 starts this summer. Quail Tennis is done. I don't know about the fitness area, Ben?
At Roosevelt?
No, Longmont Recreation Center, Master Plan Improvements Fitness Area, have we done that?
No,
Okay.
that was
Is that part of the expansion of the rec center that we're possibly taking to ballot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, that's expanding some of well, there's 2 things. The original master plan or design of the rec center was to add to the back of the gym to build a fitness room back there. And then the current fitness room, the wall could be taken out, we could expand our exercise equipment. One of the things that city manager said is that he didn't really want to add on to the rec center. So our proposal to try to fix that was to take part of the lobby away and move cardio equipment down into the lobby just to the west of where the TV sets, and wall that in and be able to have more treadmills and exercise bikes and that sort of thing in that area. That would be one of the things that would happen if it's included in the bond election in November to renovate the rec center.
So if I understand right, like that. So originally with like Envision Longmont and envisioning the rec center, it was envisioned to be this size, and then with a build out later as funds allowed.
Yep.
But
the belief is that rather than adding to that facility, our community really needs a second full service rec center. So that he wasn't against adding on, it was trying to provide a better resource to the community.
Are you concerned at all about the loss of the lobby? I know a lot of groups take a lot of room and they come in and out of there. I mean, sometimes you're walking in and there's a group of 40 that are just all
Overall,
coming
the lobby is very lightly used
Oh, okay.
as a space.
As compared to the need for the extra equipment.
It's,
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
It still have a decent sized lobby. It would still be decent size.
So then the open space,
Yeah, there's an open space master plan. One thing that this board might want to discuss is we've thrown around the idea of combining the open space plan and the Parks, Rec, and Trails master plan into a single plan. I can say that conversation happened when Dan was still here, and now with Dan gone, I haven't really thought about it much, but as we, that's a possibility that you guys might consider chatting about the pros and cons of.
when was that completed?
Open space master plan was, 18, oh, I'm sorry? 18, I think. Yeah, it was updated in 18.
And when will it be, like 5 years? Like
10 years, 10. Master plans like that tend to have about a decade.
I would say though, if we decide to link it up with the park trails, we would have done sooner.
Okay.
And what in your opinions would be the benefits and drawbacks?
I think that if you start looking at the more holistic look at how our community looks at it's almost like, Aaron, we've talked about this a bit too, that I don't think the community fully understands a neighborhood park, a community park, a natural area, an open space, and a greenway. But as you look at that green map I showed tonight, they all fit together in kind of this holistic piece of how people can do more human-centric activities in some areas, how in other areas you get to really focus on wildlife and natural areas and buffers. So I think that system all kind of ties together through our greenway system especially.
And so if we tied it together, what? If we tied it together, what would be that outcome? What would be the preferred outcome as you see? What kinds of things will be, what kinds of ideas would be further if we combine them?
For me, and I'll let others speak then too, I think it tells a better picture of what Longmont has done with all of that green space and how we can utilize that in the vision of achieving those multiple objectives of having places where people can play soccer and take their kids, and where people can stand back and watch and learn about wildlife and natural areas, where they can touch and engage with water in the community and go to other places and watch nesting birds and have that more natural experience. So that's for me, just again, I think tells a bigger picture of how Longmont is trying to provide for all these different desires within our community. Jeff, from the rec side, would you?
I would agree.
Yeah, I would just add that, I think that's something that this board has alluded to, is that there's so many different plans out there. How do they talk to one another? So if you combine the two, you have that conversation with the community as far as the open space and the parks and recreation and trails goals, rather than independent of one another, where you might have an open space meeting and you're solely focused on open space, not thinking about the other needs, and vice versa. You're thinking about recreational trends, not thinking about the open space. I think it allows us to merge the goals of both of the plans into a single focused goal.
Okay, so not strictly for communication purposes, but like to the public purposes, but also to further both sets of goals.
I think so. I think so. I don't think that would change the way we develop our park system, but it's certainly going to help guide park design, as it already does. Like when we're doing park design, we're taking into account the open space master plan tenets where necessary, but it's not a full single document.
I've always thought that the name of the board should be like Parks, Open Space, and Recreation Advisory Board.
I'm a not voting member, but I would agree.
PRAB existed before the open space program existed, so that's.
Can we?
Yeah, I don't know how to go about changing it, but.
PORAB?
PORAB.
PORAB.
Yeah, because the open space, it feels weird that it's left out. So would it, like, do you feel like the current separation creates silos of sorts? Like, and would having them more together enable you to plan more integrated projects, or?
I think it creates silos for the public perception. I don't think it is for staff.
I think internally we're pretty good at doing that, but I think again, I'm going back to kind of Aaron, when we talk to those pieces of the public, like why are you building another park, but I don't get a call to say why did you buy another piece of open space, and it's that balancing piece we're always trying to achieve as we're doing spaces for more intensive activities and also buying opportunities to preserve wildlife, stream corridors, habitat. I still get Longmont, not nearly as much, but we get the pushback when I close these open space properties. Why are you calling them open space when they're closed properties? Because we really are setting those aside for limited human impact to really preserve the more natural aspects of those areas, because we have chosen to create a design landscape that includes humans, buildings, parking lots, parks, and then that open space is that other element of that.
Yeah, I think another benefit to this is that the open space program is going to be changing. We're running out of land to buy. So we need to maybe focus on the lands we own and how we want to use them. If we were to have a management plan, say for the Shell property, which is south of Sandstone Ranch, east of County Line Road, I get people come up and say, why can't we do cyclocross there? Why can't we do dirt bike riding there? Why can't we, because it's open space. So having those two in the same plan will allow you to say this land is set aside for this land is planned for this, to eliminate or try to eliminate some of those tensions that we get from the public that wants to use our open space land for things other than the purpose of why we purchased it. But we don't have a master plan for that, or a management plan, I should say. We don't have management plans for all these properties, and so that's something that the next phase of the open space program will be do management plans for all the different properties.
And is that something you'd like me to touch on when you see this as a management plan for a property? When we purchase an open space property, it really gives long-term direction on, let's just go with the Adam Dairy we just purchased. We purchased that property for a lot of open space values. One of them was it has historic agriculture activities, and we want to continue to support local agriculture, local agricultural practices. So how we manage that for weed control and the proper soil management, proper water management goes into a management plan. We also purchased it because it has frontage to St. Vrain Creeks. We're providing for, there shall be no farming down here. We're going to keep people out of these sensitive areas. So that plan really incorporates that. We also know we want to include a regional trail there. So then the group that decides where that trail goes is going to have to recognize we don't want to give up productive ag land. We don't want to impact our wildlife. So how do you thread those needles to make this all work? So that's what we'd like to do in all these open space properties, have that plan. But this property is really now and in perpetuity closed for human activity because it has such significant wildlife values, or this one has agriculture values now, but we recognize agriculture is going to get harder and harder to do on the Front Range, and maybe we look at doing short grass prairies in the future when agriculture doesn't really fit into what we have here. So that's what we're going to be working on long term for the open space program.
And along the lines of what Danielle's been working on at Button Rock for the past couple of years, is it sets a baseline. We don't have a baseline for most of the properties that we have purchased. We don't have that, and so it really establishing that baseline is really important to find out if all the effort we're putting in is actually doing something. Because you don't really know unless you have that baseline to find out if you're improving things or degrading things. So,
is there a redirect or like a sacrificial anode if someone comes up and goes like, I need some open space to do X? Is there some sacrificial property out there
yeah. The council has done a really good job, I believe, of trying to make sure that doesn't happen. So when it first started in the program, let me step back again. The City Parks program, they cannot, we talked about the YMCA, we can't just take park property and say, is this sacrificial, we're just going to do a trade, let's do it. Council can't do that, it has to go to vote of the public. The open space wasn't quite set up as strong. We had to go back to council and say, hey, can we have the opportunity to swap this land out that maybe has some marginal agriculture, marginal open space values, and we could do something over here. And a future board could just do that. What they have directed staff to do now is say, that can be really easy then to start saying, yeah, brewery might be a better economic value than these things, and it was really kind of vague. So what they did is ask us to go out, and now we work with another environmental organization, be it state parks, be it Nature Conservancy or Boulder County, where they then purchase a conservation easement over that property. So not only do we have to go to our board, we would have to go to an outside board and say, hey, you own part of this property. It's a fee simple ownership of that conservation easement, and say, hey, we'd like to swap out this open space, build a brew pub, and get this property over here. And it's going to be hard to convince some of those agencies to do that. So we've really tried to limit that, but there is a mechanism to do it if we need to.
Okay, cool. No,
Yeah, we created a disposition of open space ordinance 10, 12 years ago. And it has to come to PRAB. So before any open space goes away, that's one of the steps, is coming to PRAB and getting PRAB.
And then to our council, and then whoever holds the conservation easement. I'll tell you right now that one of the things is tough with the community, especially I think these values align with some of the same members that are on both sides, but open space supporters are often affordable housing supporters, and those things can come to heads sometimes on how we manage that.
Right now,
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they come to head, like, you know, in my own head, they war a lot of times,
Yeah.
so.
And I think for me, and this is again, the philosophical piece, is people in these positions change. That's why having master plans are really important. But for me, as I kind of watch our community grow, the way that growth is happening is in multifamily housing, where those families, those kids don't have a backyard.
Right.
They don't have those opportunities a lot of people do, and you just go shoot hoops in the front yard, or you go and jump on the trampoline in the backyard. So our parks, our open space, our greenways, and that green space becomes even more important to that. So.
And we saw that extremely well during COVID, when a lot of our recreational facilities were shut down, and all of a sudden our parks were just getting taken to task, because they weren't designed to handle the thousands of people that they saw. So.
Yeah, it was wonderful though.
Jeff, anything that was?
No, I think this is more about park site than recreation right now.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
well, I was gonna just ask a question, piggybacking on Tom's question, is that, you know, that instead of sacrificial properties, so let's say someone needs to do a study. Let's say Colorado State University wants to do a study on stone cap.
We do that.
But so they could get an easement through that, like they could get a permit through our systems for something like that possibility. Somebody's doing a study on Button Rock, like maybe they're doing a citizen science study on.
We actually do a lot of that.
Okay.
We partner with other organizations and do that research that we just carve out from some of those pieces in all of our documents.
Okay. Because that seems important.
The
to be able
different
to do that.
governments in the Front Range are really pretty good about that, especially like Jefferson County, Boulder County, City of Longmont, City of Boulder, like providing research.
Yeah, we actually give some grant opportunities to local. We actually pay funding to other. We partner with Boulder County a lot of times to have local research groups come out and do. Stone Cap is a great example.
In fact, there were stone cat studies going on as we were building RSVP in Dickinson. They were doing some before and after studies. CSU.
Is that stuff?
Oh,
Exactly.
So can I ask you, so when do you decide if you need to create a new master plan for something? Because I feel like when I came on, I knew about these bigger overarching master plans, but then there are also smaller master plans for, like Sandstone or something has its own master plan, right? And so how do you decide when you need a master plan?
when we acquire a new piece of park property, whether through dedication or through purchase, before we do any building there, we go through a master plan process to check in with the public to see what the desires are for that piece of property. Also working with our recreation partners. In fact, we were just talking about the Dry Creek Fields last week, talking about, who are we going to strike these synthetic turf fields for? Is it just for soccer? Is it lacrosse? Is it flag football? Is it cricket? Is it? We came up with a bunch of things that Ken and his staff are trying to figure out right now. So checking with the public, it also helps us generate cost estimates so we can be planning capital dollars to build these improvements. So each individual park, and even like for Nino Gallo and Clover Meadows, I came to PRAB with the master plan. Now it's much less involved. Our community parks, we do a much more involved master plan where we have cultural inventories done. We do some geotechnical work, just check on the feasibility of building structures there. We do some high-level traffic studies. So it's much more involved because
community parks are more of a destination than neighborhood parks. But yeah, nonetheless, there's we can't get on the L drive here. Oh, that's right, it's the senior center. There's one. We have 30 or so park master plans for each individual parks.
And the master plan, and then you do like shorter term management plans for specific.
For open space properties,
Only
not
for
for
open
not
space,
not for
yeah.
parks. Parks is an operational
Could you
plan.
access your Brian? Because you could plug into, just take the USB or.
What do you want to see?
That's fine. It's just a list of the different park master plans. I can show you sometime in the meeting.
I think the other piece on the master plan, I'm too far to get kicked on the table here, but again, that's for being myself and being like adding value. There are some questions that as we're going forward with the Dry Creek master plans, we're going forward with a Sandstone master plan, we're going forward with some of these master plans that are decade old. Has the community, Quail Campus, does the community now deserve the opportunity to have input on those master plans? That's a question. I'm not going to weigh in on where I stand on that, but there's also, we're in a spot where we're trying to respond quickly to our community's desires, and we want to get things done. So do we as staff to say this falls within the realm of that master plan? I'm going to go with the pickleball at Quail Campus. That was not part of the original master plan. It's still not. But is that something that we are really going to rewrite or spend tens of thousands of dollars to do a master plan, to be public engagement? Or we recognize that this really fits in with the current goals of our community, and we want to make maybe a less intensive public process so we can try to move things forward. So I do think, Paige, that there's a sort of question of how long is a master plan's shelf life?
Right.
And when we get to that on the checklist, do we as staff just run with it, or do we inform, or do we open that up a little bit? But once you open it up a little bit, it can really cause us to step back, and why are we not getting things done?
I think that's a great question, because if you look at the survey results from the tax initiative, there are a lot of people there that talk about they were promised a rec center in northern Colorado, or the northern part of town, which was at Garden Acres. There isn't enough space, but that goes back to, I think, the
70s.
Yeah,
way back.
because the park opened in mid-'80s, I think it was. So go jump forward, what's that, 50 years? People are still tied to that. So I think maybe that's something we need to identify as we're doing plans or putting statements in there that, just like our conversation we had the other night with Dry Creek, that was done 15 years ago. Is it past its shelf life and it's time to do it again? I don't know that we have a good answer for that. But that is an ongoing issue.
Do you guys have like, is it all or nothing with a master plan update, or can you do like I just think about like with our strategic plans, we can choose like, hey, we're seeing that things are changing, we're gonna not do a whole new strategic plan, but we're gonna do like a mid-term update and like have a
Certainly we can do that.
process for
Like
that?
Dry Creek, the first phase is already built.
Right.
We're renovating it into synthetic turf, but the first phase is already built. If the board or council or whomever felt we needed to go back out to the community before we build the rest of it, we can certainly look at just that portion of land and say, here's what we're planning to do. Here's the knowns. Like, because when you're building out a park, you have to think about all the other stuff that's going on in the park, the utilities, the grading, and all that sort of stuff. So you have to honor that from before in order to make the project work. But there are changes you can make to recreational amenities that better reflect what the community wants to 15 years later. That's not that hard.
And I would say even those things that we didn't probably even think about or talk about, the way that if that park would, and Tim brought it up last meeting, if it fell for the flood, Dry Creek probably would have been done by now, because resources would have been diverted. So it'd been done in a way that probably didn't include some of the native turf areas and natural areas that Steve now just naturally incorporates into his design. So that would maybe be an update as far as the plans. It's just the way we build a park now has changed.
I just think it's nice to know that that's a consideration, because what I've been hearing before is it was from Envision Longmont, which I participated in. I'm like one of the old people here, but it's from Envision Longmont, and it's going to stay that way forever, right? And then, but I think like Longmont is a third again the size with a third again different people in it. So it's really nice to know that there is the idea, at least the idea of flexibility helps me think about this better and not bump up against the wall so much, you know.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I mean, that poll was the right level of community engagement. I mean, because you really see how council or even city staff could be really influenced by small groups of people who really have time and resources to be vocal, you know, versus the broader interests of the community. And so how to balance that to ensure that, you know, you like,
they'll raise $20,000 and say, here, we have $20,000, help us
Right.
out. And we don't have a spot or staff or.
right,
it's
or,
not just
and
magic.
like how much of the community actually wants that versus this really small, and you know, I was thinking about it just at the city council with the arts and entertainment, you know, community, which, you know, I think that's a great idea. I think it would be nice for Longmont, but you know, like they have really organized like very strategically for people to come out, and I feel like with recreation, like there's so many different people across the community that would be interested and potentially benefit that may not have time to come to city council. And you know, so like how do we make sure that, because city council is clearly swayed by all these people that are coming to their meetings, like, you know, clearly the arts and entertainment community is well organized, this is something the community wants, but the survey didn't necessarily say that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, you know, I think how do we make sure that people, you know, that we are sort of hearing the broad community about parks and recreation.
I think one of the things that technology I do think is helping a bit. I think some of the schools we're seeing pushing their way in maybe even a little bit more. I think we've always been looking for ways to change that demographic of the group that always shows up. But you're right, and that's the thing that I think to get a true representation, you have to change that because going back to the biking community, I think it was IMBA who was part of, there was an individual that came to every county commissioner meeting for mountain biking access.
Mike Barrett.
Yep.
I know Mike.
I mean,
But,
good, I
but,
mean, good for him.
but he had a bumper sticker that I wish everyone that was trying to achieve something had on their vehicle. And it was, those who show up rule the world. And Mike showed up. And that's what it takes. The people have kids in sports and they have second jobs and it's hard for them to show
that's
up.
a luxury, like
you
to
really
be able
did.
to show up all
Exactly.
the time.
He was being paid to do.
Right,
to-
exactly.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
different if you're, a lot
So
of
that's what I'm saying,
versus
but you
you're
really
a
need,
versus-
that's what you're competing against, I guess, and that's what you're trying to do is how do you bring that those other groups in so their voice is part of that because it does, the people sitting up there, that's what they hear, that becomes.
That's why I was thinking that we would want to hear from specifically someone who deals with recreation spaces inclusion from our board. Not just inclusion, but inclusion in recreation spaces and recreation like activities might be. I mean, our city, there's so many things. Our city council meetings are in English with no translation services, which, you know, that cuts out a lot of our people, right? There's no childcare. There's,
I mean, even if they allowed people to like zoom in and provide comments via
Right.
Zoom, you know what I mean? There's just different. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's something we
Yeah,
struggle
it's
with.
not-
That's something we have struggled with for as long as I've been here is the cost of engaging the community
Yeah.
versus
The time.
the results you get. Like, we tried tamales and talk, and no one would ever show up. We sit there with like 30 tamales and nobody shows up. So how many times do you do that before you stop when nobody's showing up and participating in these types of meetings? Some people say we need to go out on the Saturdays, and you know, if I'm spending my Saturdays out trying to solicit feedback from the public, and I hear from 4 or 5 people, is that worth the value to the city of my time to be spending all day Saturday? And I have my opinions, but I do what he says, and he does what his boss says, and so until that's directed from above, that hasn't really been what we've been doing. We take some advantage of, it really is.
Well, and there have been like daycare efforts for, I remember for at least 3 or 4 years, and then translation services, that was a thing for like 5 years, and they had to put somebody on retainer. And they're like, but there would be like, no one would ever request it. And it would be like, well, we're paying someone.
10 grand.
Like, yeah. And no one ever took advantage. And it's not because the website wasn't in Spanish, it was, and the request was, just nobody ever did. And you're like, well, sorry, but at some point you have to be like, we've now put all this money and resources, we can do it because of
But see, I would argue that the Latino community communicates in a different way. They don't really come to meetings like that. They come to picnics and things like that. So it just takes, you have to have the right staffing to do that. We don't have it.
I have a question. So in Vision Longmont, the way I look at it is it's more of a philosophy. Even though there are very specific things like Gay Street, like corridor or whatever. It's more of the philosophy versus the master plans that have a little bit of a schedule and a budget, built to them. Is that like a correct assumption?
You're referring to the enhanced multi-use corridor plan?
Yeah, the EMUC. Sorry, it's actually a separate.
Yeah, it's not part of it. It was influenced by Envision. Envision calls for that.
Yeah.
We, as a city, I will be the first to admit, come up with great ideas and don't always budget to follow through on them. We're big on unfunded mandates. And so we have this great shiny plan, but what we're doing right now is just putting some bike lanes in and putting some green paint in the ground and calling it good. That's always going to be an internal battle because it's always about dollars, and not just construction dollars, but operational dollars. Like how some of the things that the EMUC plan calls for are maintenance heavy, such as buffered bike lanes, snow removal and dirt removal and things like that. And it's just choices. It's just choices, and that's where the community has to keep pushing.
And so does that mean that there's aspects of Envision Longmont got translated into a master plan and got translated into actual projects, on the CIP, and other things just didn't?
Not to the level. Like the EMUC plan calls for a much more robust landscape buffers. I'm sorry, the enhanced multi-use corridor plan, which was something that came to Pratt, I think, before you were here. And that calls for making low stress cycling and pedestrian routes throughout the city. And low stress means not with traffic. Our traffic engineer right now doesn't necessarily share that view. A 4-foot sidewalk and a bike lane to them seems like that's low stress, but not the balance of the cycling community doesn't necessarily agree with that.
And so then what would be the role of crowd in so that sort of gets at where we struggle in terms of there's the things that are in the CIP and that are getting attention, and what is the right sort of timing and way for us to elevate things. Like if we wanted to say, hey, there's this big emphasis on, reducing emissions and increasing mobility options, and, this is a recreation opportunity, why isn't the city thinking about this more?
I would just say
we
timing
just don't ever know,
whenever you want to take that on, we can have that conversation and elevate that conversation to council. What do you take from that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think when you kind of did the kind of trickle down piece of does Envision set this a goal, and then out of that comes this, what I see a lot of times is people in our community or our staff says, hey, Envision is directing us to deal with emissions and transportation, low stress stuff. The idea kind of forms, and then I think they link it back up to Envision, and as they try to carry this forward, that's what I think gives it that support.
But then how does it get into the actual funding process?
Requests and then prioritization at the leadership level.
Again, going back to that becomes the hard part where we become, I hate saying this, the CVs from wet blanket, gatekeepers, whatever. That list out there that has a 20-year plan on it is like Steve said, that's what we're being tasked to get done. The community's already said we want these things done. So how do you then insert that new idea into that long list?
Yeah, I think that's what partially what makes those 10 or 15-year-old plans irrelevant over 10 to 15 years, because you can't add new things formally into the system. It's just built as we're trying to do this work that the citizens of 10 years ago wanted us to do, and something that's new that's in there. It's like, well,
there's something
figure out
else has to
something
get
else.
dropped.
Yeah,
or-
exactly.
Right, it's trading, because we set our budgets and our savings essentially for new projects based on master plans that are created and based on the cost estimates we get. So to come in with something completely different that could cost more is a choice, but that just delays the project even further because you're then saving that much more money.
I think another piece can be a challenge for us, and I hate doing this when these groups aren't even here, is the fact we talk about silos. I do think the city's pretty good at talking and communicating. We get surprised sometimes, but transportation is a big part of this. And when they have a budget to do a new road improvement or a new connection or something, that's what their budget's for. And that's what Steve talked about, that, sort of the things that we're not always looking for, but those transportation engineering projects become the opportunity to incorporate some of the multimodal transportation pieces. And if they don't have the funding for it, they're not going to be coming to PRIOP to ask about it. We don't sometimes think about it, and that project never was really funded in that way. So you sometimes miss windows of opportunity because projects are taking place in different work groups that don't always have the same big picture objectives.
So you're saying like Safe Routes to School is not consulted on road?
It may be
Yeah.
consulted.
Front of,
It may be
volunteer
consulted,
line.
but in that work group, it's like, here's our priorities, and it's, so how do we do a better job of engaging with those groups to make those priorities, to
Right.
get brought to those conversations?
Yeah, and there are pieces like stormwater drives like
Exactly.
streets, like
Right.
or it drives like it's just like this is being funded by, I think, there's a couple of projects that stormwater is the one that's actually driving a trail or driving a road.
Spring Gulch 2.
Spring Gulch 2.
Spring Gulch 2 is because it's a drainage project. That was passed on a bond about 7 or 8 years ago for funding to be able to build this because of the drainage issues. That flood, if you remember, County Line Road was the only north-south road that was really sort of passable during that time in September of 13. And we've since, we noticed that and wanted to improve the access there so we'd have north-south emergency services access. And so we created, that passes the 10-year storm now, County Line Road.
Right.
Didn't before.
So sometimes it's serendipitous. You're saying sometimes there's some good serendipity, but we're missing some serendipity. Is that
No,
what,
I wouldn't call it serendipity. I would call it a lot of planning.
Good.
Sometimes it's like
credit.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you want that, but sometimes you get that dual purpose, that wonderful oh, it's going to benefit the parks too. But we're missing out on some of this because no one's at the table when they are saying, let's put this to slow down traffic, and you're like, but that shuts off my bike lane and that kind of stuff.
Where is it? The Eden Reservoir Master Plan improvements, the interim trail. That's been funded for several years, but in order to build that trail, we need a transportation project to be done to move County Road 26. That's not high on their list of priorities. We're looking for creative ways to get around that with using some other outside funding, but parks can't come in and resolve other department issues. We're limited by what we can spend our park dollars on, even if we had the money, which we don't, to go in and build a street for the street department. That's not a proper use of the park fund.
Okay.
And I think these are good. So transportation right now, when we say we'd like you to take some extra dollars and do the really enhanced multi-use pieces, or like to do 26, they're looking at quiet zones and what is the new, the Vision Zero. And those are big cost projects. Like we don't have any additional funds to look at. These are what we're being told is from our advisory boards in our communities that Vision Zero and quiet zones are really a priority.
When like these brackets, right? The 1 to 5 year bracket, right? 5-10 year bracket. You multiply that times your 30 master plans. Is that even feasible? Does anybody, or each one of these, this is how we're going to bracket the priorities, but it has nothing to do with being able to, if you layered them all together, you would actually be able to fit those into just Parks and Open Space budget.
The 30 master plans, remember, like Rough and Ready Park has a master plan. It's already built.
It's already, yeah,
So the majority of those 30 are for parks that are already built.
Okay.
We have some parks, like Alta Park has a master plan. If you guys didn't know, a huge tree fell at Alta in 9th
Yeah.
Night before last in Block 9th Avenue, our forestry crews worked all day
Yeah.
to clean that tree up yesterday. So that was
Yeah.
a big, big tree. Anyway, that has a master plan that's been implemented slowly over time. We have a phase that's not done yet, which is a restroom there, and so we plan to build that in the future at some point. I think we have it shown 5 years out, if I'm not mistaken, in the Carroll 86. Sandstone is up there as a master plan. You know, Sandstone is the 4th phase.
Right.
So it is shown, it is represented on our plan list. It's just not, Dry Creek didn't rise to the top, but this was also done before the flood.
Right. But I mean, let's even say, cut it down to like 5, like even just in that parks, recreation open space sort of area. Is it feasible if you took all the 1 to 5 year ones? Is that feasible to pay for it, or you're like, oh no, we only have about 60% of the money for this? So, because I always find like CIP just always seems to slip. The thing of like Harold saying it's going to take us 14 years to do the 10-year plan sort of thing. It's like it's not just the flood. I think there's an architectural system problem that everything just keeps sliding because it's not actually geared to be very discreet in like this.
Right. I think one of the things that I'll just share, just had a meeting yesterday that working with our finance group and our budgeting teams, and this is the first time I think in a while, because we've had those dollars sitting there, that all of a sudden we start looking at an 8 and 5 list, and we want to get these 3 out to bid right now, and then we look at Sandstone next year, and then you go past it, we're in the red. So it's going to be a different situation. I think one of the things that I personally, as again, we talked about our group, what is our desires as why we work in these groups is to provide those products and services to our community. I'd rather be in the situation saying we've spent the money, we've got these pieces, now we got to look at how we start, getting that funding coming up. We've got some time to do that, but you're right. I think if we really start pushing through these at the pace we'd like to, getting the dollars is going to be the next challenge.
Yeah, it's funny. Just 18 months ago, there were complaints that we had $18 million sitting in the bank, and all of a sudden it's all spent. But looking at these numbers, they're very quaint. Like Sandstone,
these are
4.5 and 7.5. The Greenway Trail, we're going to be spending about $14 million, not $2.5 million. So
look at the recs there, 28.
Was it 28 on there? Yeah, right. So it's very cute numbers.
So I think one of the things. Okay, I was going to flip it just a little bit. I'll let you go first, though.
Well, I just was going to ask how you decide, like, what things to consider for like a ballot initiative versus, like, is there a certain funding threshold, or versus just like city funding, or other ways that the city might fund something, because ballot initiative is probably the hardest way to get funding for something and the most risky. And so sometimes I wonder, like, why are we putting some of these things that are really feel core and that have been prioritized for a long time in that bucket? And I assume there's some analysis that goes into that.
So I think one of the things that, again, during the meeting with finance, there were others in that piece, that when we looked at doing our projected funds based on how many housing units we're going to get built, how many multi-family, and what the assessments are on those for our park system, that I was, even though we're running short, and I was like, how do we get these dollars, and asking these same sort of questions. Like, we have, according to one individual, the highest parks and rec fee along the Front Range.
The development fee?
Yeah, the development fee.
Okay.
The impact fee. So I don't
Probably
know.
Still not high enough, though.
Exactly.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not, especially with inflation.
And
It's
then
just
how do you
not.
change that?
Right.
Well, we updated our park development fee when we did the master plan in 2013 or 14. That's something that is supposed to be worked on in 23, 24, is to re-look at the park development fee and see if it's at the rate.
And so who would look at that?
We would, well, for our finance folks, mostly, they would
Like
involve.
within your department, or like at the city?
We don't, at the city, yeah, we don't have department finance
Who's
folks.
that I don't know what this development fee is. Is it like a developer? I'm going to go build a new housing development. I've got to pay a fee.
Yes,
to parks.
for each house. that is built.
Or each multifamily unit.
Right, or each unit.
Okay, so
there's a
there's
fee
that,
associated with
that's the war between, that's why we can't have affordable housing, is because I
Exactly.
have to pay $20 per house and I can't pay my
It's-
shareholders
it's
their $10 million.
A lot more than that,
Yeah.
but yes,
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
and it's not just, there's all sorts of fees that go with housing,
Yeah.
it's not just the park people, that's where we get money for new parks, this is not for renovations.
Renovations.
That's all tax dollars that we're fighting with police department, fire department, everybody in the city for recreation, fighting for the same dollars for that sort of stuff.
We have conservation trust dollars that we use for some of our work. We also have our $2
Parking greenway,
parking green fee that you see on utility bill.
which we're always asked, it's $2 right now, should it stay $2? Like, that's the conversation we really need to have, is does that need to, that's gonna be easier, and this is awful to say, it's gonna be easier to increase a fee from $2 to $3 and generate money than it is gonna be to engage the development community in raising fees for.
Right, but that's where it should happen.
I'm not saying that's right, but I'm gonna say it's easier.
So I heard you both say that, sort of that development side of it too. 'Cause again, that's going back to that piece I said. The more development you have, the more important these parks and greens are going to be, and the
Exactly,
more
that's the
impact they
direct
have
link.
to them. So that the
Right.
use is going to be, our need to maintain is going to increase, because the kid that had a backyard is going to spend probably less time than the kid that doesn't have a backyard. So as we every multifamily unit we do, the exponential use of our parks is going to increase.
Yeah, and there's some within the city that, not within our department, but that feel that our parks are too fancy and too shiny and new, and that we should cut back and start building parks that look like we had in the '70s. But I'm not doing that. So they can agree with me.
Remember he said he
I
doesn't-
do, I
remember
do
he
like
said he
a
does what his
man
boss
of
says. He
that.
does.
And some teeter totters.
Hot slides.
South facing
Bars
slides.
that you can follow
Yeah,
up
the
and
bunch
get
those up in the mountains.
Well, okay, so I want to talk more about, I mean, whether or not that park development, that park development fee, if that's something we should talk about
Yeah, I think that'd be a great one to go to.
in the board, at the board at
Can I
some
put a
point.
placeholder that, when I just want to get back to this group too, one of my questions then is, again, trying to make, Jeff and I talk about it all the time, how we make sure your time is being valued and you are contributing. On this list, right now we're talking knowledge, which is great, but if staff, if staff was just that idea of, how do we get engaged, what's next, how do you plan, you see that list, we have a pretty good marching orders. And if staff just was able to complete those in a timely manner, would that align with what you guys would like to see? Is there really a significant change in that list? You're like, oh my gosh, why are you even thinking about it?
No, I think it would cover probably 90% for.
That's kind of
So,
it
yeah.
too. So then it comes down to how
There
to.
are some.
So then goes, I think, piece two, that in that, how do you spend some time to maybe update things is what I'm hearing. If you just go down that list, is there an opportunity to tweak or re-engage because the shelf life is
And there
gone?
might be things here and there.
Right.
Like for me, it might be more like 80%.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
for
good to
me,
hear.
it would be even less than that.
Really?
I'm not as,
This list is
Yeah,
less than
like-
80% for you?
yeah, so for me, it's not like what more new stuff can we do, but for me, it's like how we're doing it is what the important thing is like how we're doing it, who we're involving in the process of it. Like the irrigation, you talk about like the irrigation, we have to have irrigation at noon, right? Because we don't have if we don't have the infrastructure to do irrigation right, I don't want to see more parks being built with irrigation systems that don't belong in this. Does that make sense? So, like, I'm not so much on like development even of our parks. As much as I want the parks and I want to hang out in the parks, I want to make sure it's done right. For me, the doing right has more to do it than just getting that list done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that
So
I'm the
I'm
right
the pain
person
in the
because,
ass.
no, I'm the pain in the ass, 'cause I'm the one that wants to do it right. I'm the one that's always
Well, then
checked
we'll just
professionally,
go out
and
to
so-
lunch all
yeah.
the time, and we'll just like get it done right.
There's no sense in doing something. I had a boss when I was a kid. Why is there always time to do something right the second time? And I'll never forget that. Joe Balderston. The guy didn't know his head from his tail. He didn't know that one piece of wisdom. It's just, yes, I want to build it right. As far as irrigation goes, you have to remember that we water during the day for establishment purposes for a couple of years, and then we cut that way back. So,
Okay, I hope so.
Yes,
Good.
that's intentional. And you don't want to overbuild a system for something that you don't want to spend your money overbuild a system to irrigate just during the night when you're only going to run that irrigation system for a couple of years. You want to build it,
Okay.
reduce size to.
Well, and I will say there's nothing I hate worse than newly planted dead trees.
Exactly.
A lot of
That
things.
makes me madder than anything when I go around.
Me too. How about that?
Those
Because
are
I planted them. I can't
Yeah,
make them grow.
I know.
Those
And,
are contractor warranties though, right? Like,
It depends.
And nobody seems to go back and
nobody
like,
seems to.
deal with it.
That's not true. I've talked with Brett, our forester, and he has made an effort to identify areas of town. And when they see dead trees in the park, they do go back to the construction plans and look at to make sure the species was what it should be. And if they need change it for
Get in the right place.
an informed reason, that's fine. But if it's something that just died because bad irrigation or whatever, yeah, it drives me crazy too. But
There was a piece on that, I'll share this too. This is one with my parks operations group that they were trying to keep up on tree safety and health. So they were doing a increase sort of going from park to park to make sure things were pruned right, safety was taken care of, replacing dead trees, and they had a pretty good circuit, so they're coming around doing that. But in that, those parks that were newer were put on that same circuit, so we may get there in 4 years as part of our tree pruning limbing piece, and those trees that were dead were on that same piece. So we now have had a conversation saying that, we need to find a little bit of balance there.
Yeah. So can we go back just quickly?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
how do you decide to put something on the ballot versus?
I don't know that there's really a formula. It's usually large projects that take a lot of money that the city needs all at once. Is that a fair way to put it? There's no way the city's ever gonna have $64 million available at one time for a rec center. Because if we tried to save it up, it's gonna cost twice as much by the time we get it. So I think that's the driving force. Yeah. Yep. But I don't know if I've never seen a written policy on what goes where.
I haven't either. I think it's just those projects that we come up with that we know we can't afford. The drainage bond that passed back in 16 or so had 4 projects associated with it. And the Spring Gulch 2 trail is the final of the 4. So, yeah, it's financial planning at the higher levels. And we haven't done that for any parks at this point in time. This is something new with this cultural tax. There was talks about including Montgomery Farms in that, or talk about including Dry Creek Phase 2 on that. So we'll see where that goes. That would be a first.
The other part that always bothers me about master plans, and David, you can kick me under the table or something.
I got a bagel right here.
Is it talks about building them, but there's never any tie really of, all right, now how is timber gonna take care of them once they're all there? Or how we're gonna
Same with
make
buildings, right?
Those conversations are held during the process,
but
not
when you
externally.
see this, there's never a talk of it's gonna cost you $2 million every year to maintain those 3 new parks.
We've only gotten better. And I'll tell you, having Timber in charge of that has led to us becoming better, and he's made more of a stink. We went through a period, the city went through a period where we wanted to really drive our park operations down to the lowest base they could be. And that was a huge mistake. And we're still continually trying to fight our way back, funding wise, as well as finding qualified staff wise, to bring that, make our operations team more robust so we can address things that drive Paige crazy and everyone else crazy, in our parks. And it's a balance. You're like, we could have our staff, we could be staffed high enough to be able to check every drip emitter once a week in the whole city. But is that how we want to spend our dollars in staffing that?
I just have so many ideas on how to fix that kind of stuff.
Is there like a great book? I mean, this is one of the questions that over on tap we have the same thing. Like, there is a machine that actually drives over all the streets, whatever. And let's say the streets are a C, but I don't know if C compared to Thornton may be really good, but C compared to Boulder may be really bad.
It's a timing piece. I really have been trying this. I've done a paper version. I actually just started working on doing something that people can do on their phones. I've had Jeff go out. I've had some of my field staff go out and start grading stuff, and there's a couple pieces that I'd like to look at. That one is we probably can't afford to have A-level everything. And A-level is different for horticulturists in an area versus Jeff and Ben. So what is we as a community say is a B-level community? I think that's where we should be at. I think Longmont deserves a B-level community. But a sandstone ranch, a garden, a rose garden over here, those maybe are those areas we make them the A's. And if it's a C, get rid of it. And then take those dollars and move it someplace else. So I've gone through and said, how do we get that and try to normalize that, where it's not just the complaint that this park looks like a C, and I go out with Timber and his staff, and like, we think it looks like a B+. So how do we help set that expectation, and how do we score that? I've been doing these sort of paper trials. I'd like to get that in a way that Steve can walk it, Jeff can walk it, PRAB members could walk it, and we can kind of start normalizing that and say, here's what it looks like. And is it the trees that's bringing it down? Is it the turf? And to me, that almost takes away that squeaky wheel piece. And it helps, hopefully then if we have gaps where our community is saying we're not achieving that B level, that's where I can really start using that data to start pushing council to say this is what the expectation is. So
I wonder if you could do like a park blitz, like a bio blitz, where you send, people go out and collect data on a, there's like the City Nature Challenge, it's where you go and like take pictures of things, but you could do that with the parks.
I wanted that for a long time.
Interesting how that would work.
I'd like to see how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's my piece too, and again, I think, for Jeff, the idea too is setting these standards so people have a shared expectation. So Sandstone Ranch, at the beginning of the season, we say this is going to be our A park, and we all agree this is starting off the season at A. We recognize it as Ben programs it. There's probably going to drop down throughout the season, and we all are going to accept that, and then we're going to take some time to build that back up. But who brought this up on the scoring piece? But it's something I've been really trying to think about, how we just do a better job of setting expectations, being able to fund towards that expectation, but also bringing things back down. So, this community park is not going to be an A-level park. We're going to provide these amenities. We're going to take care of those. Is it the irrigations that's dropping it down? Is it the amenities that are dropping it down? So thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
I know
I've gone out. It's one of those things that just you slip into budget sleazy, you slip into things that it just sits on the desk next to you. But that's been a priority for me.
But everyone has their own viewpoint. Like, I look at it from a designer viewpoint, and construction manager. Timber's looking at it from an operational vantage point. People in the public are looking at it solely from the use vantage point.
That's where having enough data, I hopefully can be.
But they have different expertise.
Right. If you bring those expertise together, hopefully that's where that starts. Those large numbers start to balance out, and you get something that.
I think as a staff at least, it's really helped us have a better understanding of what was expected or what is expected. Because Parks routinely over the years says, Friesner wants Coors Field all the time, which is not what I wanted. And so by us talking and having the forum, it's at least, we are at least in the same book, maybe not on the same page yet, but getting closer.
Well, so in the development of a park, wouldn't it be helpful to say that this is a B, this will always be a B level park? So I think that expectation is that everything is going to be sandstone level forever. Like right now, it's like that feels like part of that Dry Creek experience is that you're going to get a little bit of everything, whatever. It's just like some other.
It almost is like what I talk about the open space master or management plans. If this property is going to be set aside for agriculture and not really open to the public, or this was going to be one that we're expecting to have a regional trail through. So same thing for the parks then too. We expected to have some sort of community use engagement. We have to keep it to the B level, and that's what we should be funding for. So
and I try to build every project to an A, and he and I have had this conversation sometimes to an A to the point where I'm holding projects up for 3 or 4 years because it's not to my liking, and sometimes I have to let go of that and let a B be a B.
Yeah, I mean, we've used, obviously, this is probably not the best thing that we would say public, but public. I'm saying like this, that your neighborhood park is a B park versus an A park, but like there should be like some sort of like
mid-level maintenance.
Yeah, that neighborhood parks may all be Bs. Ps, right?
Right,
And then there are
exactly.
community parks are As. And
Yeah,
that's
and they may
And
be
it's
all
about how you
mid-level
make-
maintenance, we call it, instead of A, B, or C.
Right.
Yeah, things that we,
destination parks.
yeah.
And one of the things I think that, as I've shared this conversation with previous leadership, that there's an equity piece too. I think some of the places I'd like to see at that A level are those shared, really common shared spaces. It shouldn't be the wealthy neighborhood that surrounds a park. It should be the entrance to our rec centers. It should be those parks that really get the draw of our community is going to come here for a lot more, and more eyes, more people are going to share that experience.
There's so many things I think that could go down to Taylor. Like, I think that it's just because where, like, citizen science, the science world has been underfunded forever. And so now it's citizen science. And now I'm doing science for the science world. We can also do that with recreation. I see, like, you all say, I'm so overworked. And you are. Yeah, you are. But at the same time, there are people, like, there's somebody that would take care of that tree. They would take that, all these new trees, can I just take care of those? Can I, like, somebody would do that, right? And if we have, like, another, a couple more Taylors in our city that are the wranglers of this. Like, it was years ago, I was like, can we just have a way to report broken sprinklers on our phones? Like, and people are like, and then what I heard from park staff was, no, then we'd have too much work to do. And I'm like, but this is important work, you know what I mean? And things like that. And adopting a park, not just trash, adopting a park, like, can we have a mommy corps of people that go out to park, that they're checking for the safety of everything because their toddler is on the park stuff. Like, we can have all this stuff that you all don't have to do, I think. There's just so many ideas out there that can be done. Where do they go?
In concept, I think that's a great idea, until it doesn't work. And then we still have to have the resources to send somebody out there to do it.
Right, and that happen, and that's gonna happen. But it's like that's part of the park maintenance fee, the recreation maintenance fee, the trails maintenance fee, that we shouldn't be scared. We should already have that built in. We should do this right in our, I think what everybody's saying, in our planning, all that stuff should just be built into that park's cost and that trail's cost and that rec center's cost to do it like it's supposed to, maintain it like it's supposed to be maintained to a B level. Yes, there's one broken bike in the, and we're waiting until 2 broken bikes to get the maintenance due out here or whatever.
We're just taking the Scott's house.
Well, yeah. Right, I'm talking, the exercise bikes, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I think the city's come a long way. When David got here, his big focus for the first 2 years was who does what, where, and when. And we're not done with that yet, but it's come a long way of trying to identify gaps in our operational system.
And Taylor hates myself by her office because, like, can we get volunteers to fix this? Or I think volunteers. I'm just going to tell you that I wanted Jeff and Steve to talk about the volunteer piece first, because they're right. There are real problems in that. And I think one of my other pieces is really how do we grow our volunteer program? And it can be uncomfortable for staff. I'm the professionalist. How could someone else be expected to do what I've spent my career doing? So that's a piece that I have to work with people who feel comfortable in that too. And then, like Jeff said, when that family that was taking care of that tree moves, and we don't know that until the tree is now not dead, the tree's dead, or that mommy group that was taking care of an area disbands because their kids are now at college, and all of a sudden the flower beds are gone. How do we work that into it? So I think there's a growth piece there, but I think that's part of what I'm hoping for personally, is we continue to grow that. I think the return on investment from volunteers is something people just truly don't understand.
And we've gotten so much better at that in the past 5 to 7 years. Since Danielle was hired, it's been about 7 years since she was hired, 7 or 8. And she started the program, and Taylor's taken it and flown with it. It was just so amazing to see what we have acconched.
Yeah, it is.
There's always room for growth.
Yeah, there is.
Oh yeah, I mean, and from the scout side, it's like they're always looking for projects. But yeah, there's a line where it's like liability is right.
Yeah.
They don't do it quite Right.
Yeah, Eagle Scout projects are the bane of mine.
And I think, but like, I also think it's just there's a difference between reporting having a core to report a problem, like with citizen science going, oh, that nest fell, right, from that. There's core to report a problem versus having a core to fix our, we're not going to have them fix the irrigation system. But if there's something squirting all over the...
But if we're not having to go out and look for those problems, we then should have time to go back and fix the problem. Those are it's that balancing piece on how do we, it's like I'm saying, you pull out the C stuff to focus on the A and B stuff, because you free up resources. We free up resources having volunteers do that level of work.
Mulching, stuff like that.
Then staff can go take care of that more technical level of work, and how do we find that balance? I'm going to go out, Paige, I don't want to lose where you were at. You were trying to get something of this, but I want to just throw there that cost piece that you threw out there. I think one of the things that staff has historically, from our work, the lower you can keep that number going in front of council, the less sticker shock it is. You think you get, the project started and then you'll figure out the rest later. It's something that I don't think we can do anymore. I think your idea of getting it out there at the full cost and suffering the consequences of that full sticker shock is what we're going to have to start doing, and knowing that the community is willing to support that.
Yeah, it used to be 20 million, or 4 projects of $5 million was not a big deal, but you go to council and say $20 million,
you don't even get off the starting blocks. It's like you just lose that. So I think somehow helping people recognize that is now that you get to the, maybe we're going, how do you really fund that then?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you made those decisions.
An example of that is going through the operational costs to put into CIP for a new rec center, right? It's not related to the bond stuff necessarily, but the nuts and bolts a little bit behind it. Jeff had done some work that was taken from the original work and how much it cost to run a rec center, and you added in the cost for a new rec center of another facility person. So entirely another staff member, not necessarily for that building, but within that group, another parks person because we're expanding that. So that's into our operational costs on what we're anticipating, trying to do more of that.
Right. And we finally got recognition from the city manager's office that if we are going to fund, there's a commitment now. If we're going to fund the construction of a project, we're going to be adding the resources to maintain it, or else we're not going to fund it.
And the capital dollars, and too, the annual capital dollars to maintain.
And I think those things that we as staff need to try to work on is there was a verbal communication between a former deputy city manager and a city manager, and those things change over time. And how do you really formalize that so you have that
right. We have new lenses with reorganization, and so things change.
Here's what I wonder. What I wonder is when you were asking that question, what were you thinking as what would your ideal be? What would your threshold be? What would you like, how would you like to see the funding go forward? It's just really interesting to me to see, because we want other people's ideas.
Yeah, I just wonder, because of what I said, putting something on the ballot initiative is risky. Yeah. And if it's something that you feel is really important for the community. I mean, we've been saying we're going to build a new rec center for years and years and years. There's plans. Why has the city not budgeted to do that? And maybe that's just not possible. Maybe this is the only way to get that funding, but they seem to find big funding for other, non-recreation and park related, business development kind of things. And so I was just wondering, how would you motivate them to just do this?
I think the belief is that if you want another rec center in this example, you got to get new money to pay for it. The existing money is paying for existing things. And, a lot of those bigger things, there are dollars coming from other locations. So one of the advantages that sanitation and water have is that they have the ability to issue bonds through revenues. So we're going to collect all this money over a period of time. If we can have the money up front to build the new building or whatever, it has an advantage of doing that without raising taxes. Recreation and parks really doesn't have that opportunity to be able to do that. So it really puts us in libraries and museums and senior centers in a different category.
I'm interested in that, what you just said about, because that really makes me think, because we do put, I believe we put a lot of money towards new businesses and things. Like the Smucker's plant had to have a road built to it. There's stoplights, there's new, for the new Costco, for the new development all out by me, there's new police response, fire response, and we put that money towards it, but we're not putting it towards recreation. And we don't really get that money back. Like putting in a new, like, cost, like there's only just so much crap we can buy, right? We're not, it's not developing anything any more than recreation is either. Maybe perceived we're developing something. I don't know.
So what the city would respond to your comment in saying is that the Costco's of the world create taxes. Those taxes go towards building and maintaining our park and recreation system.
Yeah, I mean they do, but at the same time, you're just going to spend that same money at Walmart, so it's not, you know what I mean? Like it just moves the tax from one spot. Like the new Walmart, like there was an old Walmart, and we had to raise that. Like, and we put in all this, you know, and we put on like all these, like, please welcome to our city, you know, like we don't have enough people to work at your spot, but please welcome to our city, you know. Things out.
Do you know that the Walmart out at County Line Road in Ken Pratt is one of the highest performing Walmarts in the state? I didn't know that. I just found this out in the past couple of months.
So it
blows away most other Walmarts. I don't know why that is. But
so that one
does.
Yeah, because 12 times the business of the old Walmart and 70% of the business is out of town.
Oh,
so I mean,
it
those
did.
an economic driver, and it's actually
Okay,
both of those are above what the expectation for that Walmart is. North Longmont is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So, but that's how that works, right? Is that, you know, unfortunately, revenues and recreation is I would say is 95% in town money. So that's a little bit different than if you created a destination place like Costco or which I
and
believe.
And we also don't want recreation to have to like raise more money because we want to make it more equitable, so it like doesn't.
I would say that our destination places, people do come from out of town, and so then we can get money. People come from out of town to go to our baseball fields, and and we build baseball fields not for our kids here, but for the kids that are coming from out of.
There's a large population of kids.
Okay,
that live
but
in
you know,
Longmont
not just our kids from here, but the kids that are coming from it and things like that. We do have destinations like Union Reservoir that I keep like pushing. That is a destination. People come from all over this area to Union Reservoir because it has shade and it's nicer than Boulder Reservoir, and you have to pay more to get in.
$10 a car.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go. A lot more people can go to Union at a lower rate than what it would cost for them to go to Sunset Pool as an example.
Right, and that, so part of it's money, and part of it though is because it's prettier. Like
Oh,
I
I'm
honestly,
not
I get
dumb.
so many people like, oh Union Reservoir, it's great, it's so pretty, like all those trees. Yeah, people say that. So we do have destinations, and there is that opportunity to make it a destination and to place it in City Council's mind as an economic driver, like a Costco.
I don't think it'll ever measure to Costco.
Oh well, you know what I mean. That was hyperbole, but yeah.
But I think that's one thing we could do much better is tell our story about how many people are coming to Sandstone Ranch to play soccer on the weekends, or coming to Garden Acres. We're a couple of weeks away from one of the biggest tournaments in the state where Longmont is a part of it. And if you go to any restaurant or any hotel during that weekend, you will see girls in uniforms. It's young people, and I don't mean girls to be disrespectful.
Is it softball?
Yeah, fast pitch. Yep, and
it's 6 to 7 nights where every hotel room in town is taken by these groups. It is 48 teams times 14 players. Add in their parents, their coaches, etc., and they all eat here too.
Yeah, but why aren't the hotels and the chain restaurants, because that's all, nobody's going to the local mom and pop. On the chain restaurants, like, why are they not paying for our big tournament-ready facilities, for our destination stuff? Why aren't they putting stuff in that? Like, that's where I get that, like, why aren't they part of that?
We have a hotel tax, which should have been probably double or triple, or way below market. Hotels don't do it, like, no matter where you are. The hotels don't put money in, period.
Well, they pay taxes. They pay property taxes and they pay taxes.
But it's not based on like volume. It's like they exist or don't exist. So it's on the guests would pay that percentage, and I do believe that we are giving away a bunch of money that those visitors would come and you would be able to get more money. The hotel people would say that they are against it, but really in the market, when both Loveland and Boulder are way above Longmont, is that we're below market and we're just letting dollars go out the door. So that's a visit Longmont, like that they need to go and bring that to the citizens to raise destination hotel tax rate.
So that's
been a long time coming.
That's an opportunity for collaboration. That's an opportunity for fundraising, is what I'm saying, is that these kinds of things, like, they're untapped, and they shouldn't be, because really the Marriott makes a lot of money on our cricket fields, on our, all that stuff. Like, they're making that money. So come on, Marriott, sponsor a cricket field. Thanks. Come on, sponsor a baseball field and say Marriott, Longmont Marriott baseball field.
That's not outside of the question. When we were building Sandstone Ranch, the Rockies were about 5 years old when we bought that property. And we did reach out and talk to them. And the level of extra money you'd have to spend to meet their needs was not worth the money they were going to give us to support the fields. It wasn't it was a great deal for the Rockies, it wasn't a great deal for the city of Longmont. And so we didn't go that route. And there, I think Aurora or somebody did a big Rockies complex, and it's not holding up all that well, if I remember right.
Sponsorship is a very difficult and fickle thing. When you need the money isn't there, right? So in economic downturn, that sponsorship money goes away, and then you don't have the money for the operations of the facility. Then you're playing catch up. Sponsorship should only be like gravy on the top, not like working on managing operations. It's a difficult space.
So could it be for the fundraising for the original thingy? Like,
no, you probably can't raise voluntary sponsorship.
So I just want to do a time check. We're kind of we've gone a little bit over the time we allocated for this, which is fine, but we should probably take a break. So like maybe 15 minutes, and we'll just reconvene at 10:30 and think about moving to our next topic. I want to make sure we have time to talk about the issue committee stuff too. So this is great. Thank you guys for coming and sharing all the info with us.
Didn't get through all the plans, but there are tons of plans, and staff is tasked with trying to understand the tenets of all those plans and circulating their projects.
It looked like you had them all, or if you just have like a collection of the links that you could email us or something.
Oh yeah, that was all linked to our internal drives. Not all that stuff's on the website.
But if you could just.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Well, some of the stuff you had up there.
I wonder if we
I
could.
will bring to the next meeting a jump drive with all of those plans copied.
Oh, awesome.
That would be
That was,
terrific.
I think, Sam's question of like, how does the public get to all of these? I know some of them, EMUC, Envision, I know where to find them, but like a lot of the plans is hard on the website. Maybe it's like a picture.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even know what the name of it is, or that even
That it
exists.
exists on a webpage,
Yeah.
that it's
Yeah.
live,
Yeah.
you know.
I like that idea, like, because I always feel like everybody else knows this but me, and that I must not have done my homework like I should. But I'm wondering if we could allocate, like, maybe each one of us chooses a plan to read, to get to know a little bit, and kind of represent it from a mobile point of view, right? It might be good. I also was thinking that, like, there's so much cross-pollination that could happen to promote our causes. Like, you know, should I be going once a quarter to the sustainability? You know, like sustainability. Should maybe Scott be going once a quarter to transportation? You know what I mean? Like a transportation board, like, you know what I mean? Like, so that so that we can cross-pollinate our interests in there and make sure that we all know we're working on the same things and promoting the same interests. So, might be a good idea. I want to give you more work, Scott. That's what I want.
I want to go on my phone and see if, I'm pretty sure you can't report a broken sprinkler. I'm going to figure it out for you.
There you go.
Oh, that would be great. I had great ideas.
Summarized it. And then I had said, can you compare open space and vision and sustainability and tell me where they are?
And the other one
yeah,
is
it now can crawl the web and find out.
the school district is the worst.
It started yesterday.
They're way worse.
Yeah, no,
So,
and they're watering in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
This is
and
hard.
so
They now have
so
live
sad.
internet.
are always
Like,
paying
that's
on
not
that.
bad.
I don't know
They're
why.
paying water.
They have accounting documentation on this space. I finally said, Longmont started in 2000. Yeah, that's right. Then it got right
I'm
again.
not a curtain figure.
Sometimes you rent spaces there.
I
Like,
got
So vision, vision with the lake is going to be space.
you have to know like the free
Park
share.
now pulls in the links.
It
Right.
golf.
And then
That
summarize
sunset,
it.
I immediately know when the
I want that
sprinklers
part
are
or
off
whatever,
because,
you know what I mean? Like,
people call it, why are you watering Sunset Street? I'm like, get that fixed.
Yeah, exactly.
well,
Constant sunset.
Yeah.
All angles.
Yeah, that's true. Sunset is pretty good.
Yeah.
well, there's trees.
Yeah, I,
Lining the new lot.
So Paige might hate dead trees. Man, what I hate is going on a 2-hour run and running through a puddle from a sprinkling system and coming back hour 2 and it's still on, still creating the puddle. Like,
Things get stuck on. You know, we have hundreds of thousands of heads around the city, so things that get stuck.
and I just want to fix it.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And like if we had like little signs around say call this number, or I hear that that
when they were talking about the project.
code the code things get switched up, which I think is hilarious actually, but
It's with my current
but having like a
And then there's
barcode or QR code.
You know, it doesn't look like there is something
over your brain.
that you can
They have
report.
to have the.
And they should have a website. What if we have QR codes? Seriously, what if we have QR codes in there?
I said Longmont started in 2000.
It's not that bad. You can report electric service, billing, next light, trash collection, water and sewer.
I can report graffiti too.
So that's a violation.
Sure, here it is. And then
Well, the thing is,
totally
it goes anywhere else.
I brought this up.
Yeah.
This is all in the city
People think
website.
that it was back to
These are the
60s.
plans that are there.
Really?
But yeah,
It's
I feel
really
like
that
survey
long
would be
ago.
better on the pool though, right?
Wow.
Way
But yeah, this pull up,
You'd
all
think.
the master plans with the links.
And that's just one page. They're pulling all of those. So.
Yeah.
It was a week later.
So where do you go to, you just go
So
on
it's just
Google and
almost
type
every
that
part
in,
is
or
one.
on
And most of them are already called out,
Bard?
but some of them aren't. So that's for us to try to pull them out. I would think that a neighborhood
Yeah,
park
so
master plan
so there's
probably has a longer shelf life than some park master plan can, in my mind. Most neighborhood parks are built in single phase bases. Do the master plan like Fort Never did it, now we're gonna build it, and then that's trails that they have in common.
But when the slide
We did
breaks
have a
down,
lunch that would be here.
you know what I mean?
Well, like, so,
But yeah, your
Kidding.
bond
maps
initiative
plan,
to how you would use that.
Parks, open space and trails, so apartments, parks, open space and trails,
Tacos.
If you can do an extra
plan maps and reports.
Blue corn tacos.
And that's where the open space master plan is, the park and trail master plan,
Yeah,
So I'll just-
wildlife management plan, and so forth.
Steve gets Heard.
really good.
I just actually went
I've
through
not
and
been to that place.
bars this
Still
morning.
on
I've been
Longmont,
using
15
much of
out
that.
there, yeah.
It's
So I
used
had
new
gone
AI,
by it so many
and I just
Right,
asked it
right.
to
Kinda like,
find me these
"Yeah, you
master
know, I got
plans. I
what
said,
I
"Do
like,
you know what these master plans
Yeah.
are?" Yes.
Like,
You
very
find them, you
authentic.
can summarize them,
Look
and then now puts
authentic
the
to
links
me.
into. So
And
it'll
somebody
actually
else
pull up
said,
the
"Go,"
link,
and
and then
I
I'll summarize it.
do
Then I
that.
actually said, "Can you compare them to what we all have in common?"
What did it tell you?
Community, sustainability, it was pretty basic, you have expanded on that too, but yeah, so I did park trails and recreation, vision, and open space, and had to summarize all three of those and then compare them to and say what are the common elements of it.
Cool, I gotta try that.
I'm
I'm afraid of AI, but
I'm kind of afraid of AI too, but I should, we should be.
Right, but
We should
we
be,
should take advantage of
but we
it.
should take advantage of
Pistachio
things
place?
too.
There was a place called Pistachios up there, a little diner, which was average.
Okay, well, anyway,
So that one's,
it looks really good, and it's like, people are a lot of interested.
The tree lottery thing that we do every year. Is there also just a tree purchase? Can you just purchase trees through that system as well? No. Okay.
And maybe I just ordered the wrong
Like, it
thing.
should be
There's the key elements of the plan. You can have it expanded any one of those.
People, like, input, and then
Into
it should,
park recreation,
Yeah.
there's the link.
have a purpose,
if you
right?
come in,
Should be for that.
These are
We shouldn't
is there
have
a
aisles and
objective
aisles
or a
of
certain number of acres or something like that?
Yeah.
This is bar, this Google bar, this came out just yesterday, where they'll actually do your
I have
heats.
my kids project,
Yeah.
project on
It
this.
hallucinates sometimes too, that's the thing too.
So which of your sons
What
moved?
happened when I did the,
Brady, the older.
this is a new one too, here's the 4 years objectives. But when I asked them the open space master plan,
So you see them.
And then they
it gave me
San Diego
this,
for.
and if I did not work for full time in 19 years, I could have started speaking this. And I had to say,
It's gotta be, you know, and then, yeah.
I need razor.
and they still gave me it, and I had to go say, Longmont started in 2000. It took me 4 iterations to go there. It starts in 2000.
We've been there.
It tastes different,
One
but
starts in 2000.
I like it.
Next time Longmont's like,
But no, so
I
I,
know that.
I mean, even Lafayette, which I know has good.
And that's the thing now that
They're
I'm
all
sure
like
they
that.
should.
No, I mean, I've done it all, and like,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
know, like, when they put in their pipes, like, I've called
I
here,
can't
I've called there,
imagine
you
my
know, like all that.
grandkids not.
Lafayette water should be really
Right,
good.
well.
The water at my schools doesn't taste as good as the water from my house, so.
well, see, I wonder if it's your palate though.
It could be.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're so used to drinking home water.
So I bring, once a week, I bring a gallon of water and like keep refilling my water bottles from home. You know, like I'll bring the whole gallon. It's like, oh, to do it. And then I drink it.
But
I drink it
I'm
straight
always
from the
amazed
top.
about the people that are on, that do the big water delivery systems. But there's a lot of people around here, around the city that are on wells. So
Okay.
you have to remember that. And that
But I like,
might not be good.
I like well water because that's what I grew up with. But, you know where El Dorado Springs gets their water?
At that point, I assume there'll be.
Right.
No, they don't. El Dorado Springs water they get their water exactly where Lafayette and Louisville, the Lafayette Louisville Treatment Center, they get it from there. That's what they get. They get more than 90% of their water. They have to fill it with just a little bit from the
Like
spring.
Coors Beer has to have a little bit of Rocky Mountain water in it to be able
Yeah,
to say
like
Rocky
to
Mountain
say
water.
it,
Yeah.
the El Dorado Springs water is Lafayette Louisville water. Like, I mean, it's so interesting. Like, we have good water.
So you can't report a broken sprinkler on my phone anyway. You might be able on the bigger website.
Really?
You can report graffiti, you can report power outage, you can report trash recycling issue, but you can't report the park issue that I found. So I'm bringing up timber.
It's on the, there's a Parks and Trails piece.
But on the phone, can you?
Yeah,
I put into our search again. I used our search engine on our website.
No, but if you have to do this, then it's not working. Does that make sense?
I do what you're
mean,
saying. I do. I
if
agree.
I have to remember when I get back home to report that sprinkler that I passed, like they should just be able to do it while you're on your run.
Show me where you went. Is he teaching him how to cheat?
That's cheating.
Well,
That's like
I told David.
All my school papers now.
Well, oh my God,
all my life.
Bard just went live yesterday with links and stuff. So every master plan in here now, I just had to go through, find the link, summarize the document, and I had to compare all 4 documents.
Do you access that by saying to your phone, "Hey Google" or "Hey Bard"?
No, I had. Yeah, I went into. I actually put drop down, but it's actually bard.google.com.
So, yeah. So, sorry. On the other side. So if you go to ServiceWorks, you pick Parks and Trails.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to be, because I never go to our website. I don't really use
Yeah.
that
So
much.
you just Google ServiceWorks.
Oh, no, but I'm going to departments. You said go to,
Just call the guy.
But no,
Yeah.
no, just Google ServiceWorks.
Google service.
Yeah, and or ServiceWorks Longmont.
Yeah.
For Bicycle Longmont, we like at all of our events we say put this on your own, like on your phone as well. So
Find the right guy who knows the right guy.
His bike does that.
So you'll see submit new
We have a
requests,
widget on the website.
whatever, and then Parks and Trails is one of them.
And then
Yeah.
So you click on Parks and Trails,
we have internal stuff for some of the lending we do. We don't do
and then you go down to request type. Irrigation is the first one.
Thank you.
It is good to know, but I think
I
it
just
should be
call
more.
Tiffany.
It should be. I think it should be much more user friendly. You shouldn't have to know the ins and outs. You should just be.
Just
not
getting
bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, yeah, boulders in Boulder counties are exactly the same format. The issue in general is that people knowing.
That's the key.
Yes, then you just need to know the services. We do a QR code at a lot of our bike events. Just like scan that and then save it to your phone. That way, if you're on a bike lane or whatever, during COVID, we tried to do a whole plan of like using a third party. Things I saw on the bike lane was projects Denver did. From temporary cards and bike lanes to the stone sheets, whatever. And that was there was no way to integrate because
everyone gets all
just the way service works. So it's like rather everything goes into there. So we say okay, that's how it's supposed to.
So that ServiceWorks QR should be at our trail signs. Does that make sense? It should be like, it can be a sticker just on it, like, we can put it on the trail sign. See a sprinkler problem, see a problem on the trail, like ServiceWorks.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
And then somebody, then some kid's gonna put another QR code that gives you like a naked squirrel. It's okay, it'll be hilarious, and then peel that off and you go back to that.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so unfortunately Sam is not here, and this was kind of his agenda item, but I think the intent was to kind of review how Parks and Recreation open space information is available to the public and where.
And that's
kind of
what we're saying
related
right
to some of the
now.
things
Yeah, we're kind of
we're
talking
talking about.
Right.
So I don't know if you guys, how you want to go through this.
Dave and I were talking beforehand. I think part of Sam's question, there were 2 parts to it in my mind. One was how we can get the information out about the proposed tax initiative to try to build a new rec center and other things. But the other part was, he works for Esri, and so he's a mapping guy, and he would like to have the information that's out there to the public be more contextual, I guess, for lack of a better term, as far as what's within
Like
the
to be
city.
able to click on.
Yeah, and that's like, we don't control our website, obviously. No one in this room does. That we have a whole communications team. Those are questions that we can get to them.
Right.
And we are working to update our website because it's not ADA compliant. I know that there's also someone said there's 300 or 400 different pages of our website, which is way too many pages for people to keep track of. So the idea is to condense it down to a lot fewer pages.
Right.
But I think that was the crux of Sam's request, was trying to get more mapping.
Part of it was related to the CLP projects.
Right.
Too, and being able to click on those and see where they were.
So I can show you how the city has it right now, and it's, you just put the CIP in the search engine.
Well, you need to know what CIP is.
Right.
Well, yeah.
You'd be cool enough to know the acronym. That took me like 5 weeks. Yeah.
I remember.
But so in each CIP, in each project, here, let's go to, I don't know what project this is. Midtown North. So there's maps in all of the CIPs
I love
of where they are. So
Yeah.
if you're interested, that's the only place at this point in time on our website where future projects are. Existing parks are on our Parks Recreation or Parks Trails page that has a list of all the parks and all their addresses.
I would like to see it be more accessible in its language too. Like, I mean, I'm just gonna be really vulnerable here. I hear CIP and I have to translate it like 3 times to figure out what a CIP is or a capital improvement plan. That's language for people. I am college educated. I have a master's degree in recreation and parks administration. And those words are in Portuguese, which I kind of understand. So how does the person who lives next door to me access this information, right? So I'd like to just, like, if we could make our language accessible to 8th graders. I feel like that's just like all government language should just be 8th graders, an average 8th grader should be able to read it and understand it.
So are you saying don't use the CIP, actually use the capital improvement project?
Well, both things, except for what's a capital? That's the president of the state, you know? So like capital improvement, but like capital means so many things, and it doesn't mean, like, I would have no 8th grader, gifted and talented or not, that understood what capital improvement meant. Does that make sense?
It does, but there are some restrictions on what we have control over. I'll give you an example that we could, that we could
Right.
control.
Projects, new city projects. Right?
New city projects, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like new city projects, I understand what that is. Like if we make language
Put it in
accessible.
parentheses, because
Right.
you have to use the terminology.
Right.
Right, and then I can learn it, then that helps me be educated, right?
Aquatics is a perfect example of that. Recreation staff call it aquatics all the time. Everybody else is looking for swimming. You know, and, so those are things that we're.
Natatorium.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a great example of, I think, what you're talking about, that we have control over.
And we get so, it's so cool to be a part of this group. It's so cool to be part of a group, right? And you get all excited about your terms and your things like that, but it really is exclusionary.
And try not to be jargony. That's
It's always battle. In every industry, anybody you talk to in a professional manner, there's always jargon involved.
It's a
Figuring
shorthand
out,
of
like,
language.
what things are important to make more accessible. Like, you don't necessarily have
Once
to
you
go
leave your
through the
group,
whole
right,
document and like change everything, but how do you know, what pieces are people gonna most wanna see, and how do you make sure those are more accessible? Or are there some, you know, relatively easy things you can do to change the language or?
So I'm just, I'm taking notes as far as suggestions the board is making, and then we'll get those to the, taking them, and so they're gonna come to the June meeting, at least they'll have some semblance of what the questions from the board are.
Yeah, that's what Jeff was just asking me. So I did, again, I reached out after the last meeting to our communications team, and we had a little back and forth on why that didn't get picked up, and I was probably a little bit less straightforward than we really need someone there. So then I did reach out again. They had a couple conflicting. Mayor has a forum going on right now, and they have some other staffing pieces, but they did write back and say what they'd like to do is gather some of this information Steve's talking about, have maybe a more focused group at the next PRAB meeting where they'd have a representative there. And 2, because they're getting questions from this group and from other boards saying, what can we do to help this move forward? They're reaching out to our legal team right now to kind of make a little FAQ on how we can work together, and hopefully they'll work with Dawn a little bit on how they can do this. So again, it was a missed opportunity here, but I think we can still have this conversation. We can kind of
Get our thoughts together.
get our thoughts together, and then when they show up, I think try to, because I do think there's a couple, at least 2, maybe 3 kind of issues and what we want from the communications team, from how do we directly deal with what we can, as a board, can do to help drive this message out and be supporters of a shared interest, and where those kind of lines in the sand get drawn. How can we use our existing tools to help people get that information, and 3, how do we improve those systems? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
And I think with the improving of like just the systems themselves, like what we're talking about so far is like, can things be more, you know, kind of like spatially oriented and accessible? Like, could there just be a map, and if you want to like find out about a park, you just click on it on the map and it takes you to that page? And like maybe that exists, but something like that.
Not as cleanly as you would like now.
Accessible language, like how can you make the language?
Google Maps, but not the city version.
Right, exactly.
But the trail, like, you know, current status map works great, but that's an Esri like layer system. Then you just click on it and be like, oh, this part is closed right there. And it's, why can't we do that for many other levels?
Well, we have the public lands map.
Yeah.
It's one more map you have to know that exists before.
Well, and
Right, I didn't know about the trails map, the
Instead of like
interactive
a
trails
one
map.
central place and be like, I want the trails version of the city map, and then there's that one, right? Like, it would be great if you could toggle what you want to see when you see the city plan that would bring up the subject matter.
And that's where Sam comes in, because the challenge we have is what we have public facing and what we don't want to have public facing or publicly accessible, because there are things, security things we don't want to have out there.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Scott, I didn't even know about this trails map. I just ride along, and then when I can't get through, I say, God damn it! And then climb a fence, and then get really pissed off, and then like, and then join the PRAB, right? Like, yeah. So I'm glad you told me about that. I wouldn't have known. Like, how do we know about that though? Like, how do you know that there's a trails map? You know what I mean? Like,
I didn't know that until just now, that it was interactive like that.
Yeah. So you just click on each space, and I think I don't know.
ooh,
I know Leg does it for streets. Who does it for the trail?
Our GIS staff.
Okay.
It goes through Chris Davis.
Yeah, there aren't as many trail changes, but when they flood, they do put the closures on the floods, like go back out onto, ride on Missouri and then come back on.
that is so cool, and I had no idea.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, of course, we want it like in real time, and it happens within maybe the month or something.
Well, it's supposed to have 48 hours. Is the goal.
Yeah, but yeah, it is. But that's kind of like, it would be great that other things come up that way, because even there was the 25th meeting. Harold brought up like all these projects on a map, and it was static. It was like on a slide deck.
So that's what I worked with our GIS folks to do that. So you had because you really wanted all the projects we're doing in the 8 and 5. You wanted the 8 and 5 projects, and you wanted the tax initiative project. So we put it on there, and it's very static, but I actually asked the GIS person who was doing that, I said, I don't want to slow you down with my next phase of this, but now can we do it when you click on 8, it would open up the new project description. And he said, yes, you can do that. So that's the next piece we'll probably work on, is making that more interactive.
What's that?
So the same person that did that map that you saw, that static map, said he could start doing that.
Okay.
So it's under greenways and trails.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I've had them work on for me from the open space side of things. So now I can click on an open space property. It used to be all these documents, but now I can click on the property. It says when we purchased it, how much we purchased it for, who we purchased it from, what water rights are associated with it. So
Yeah, it's
getting
kind of like the
better.
assessors now.
Exactly.
GIS is awesome, isn't it?
It just takes really talented people to start putting together, and it's really, yeah.
Well, and I didn't even, like, as you were looking, like, there's nothing on there that I saw that just said city parks and then listed them. There's like park and trail development, park renewal projects, park maintenance.
No, you're right, Paige.
What if you just want to know where are the parks?
And I had that map made, so.
And like to read about them.
Directory of Parks and Trails,
Right.
right there. That has all the different trails, and it has the addresses, which takes you to
But
a
in the
map.
map, it doesn't really show you.
Right.
It shows you
where it
spatial
is.
sort of pace. But
It does,
that map I created, I started layering it. I shared with Aaron in
That's
the
a little
meeting.
bit better.
But it shows a map
not a map,
of
yeah.
all the
It's
parks
not as
and
direct
parks
as-
of all the open
anyone
spaces
would like
that puts
to
them all
be.
together.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Well, one of the biggest problems we face in recreation, and this is the same thing, is because everybody at this table will access this differently. Everybody will look at a slightly different way.
Search a different way.
And, you know, some people go to the bar, some people go to the banner, some people, you know, we have lots of discussions about this. And it's challenging to find them all and then fit them on here. Right? This is
Because
easy
that's
enough,
what people
but
want
then
is
you gotta fit it
Yeah.
on here. And then talk about language, which is our other discussions we've had,
Right.
is trying to remove done things, we've gone through and done analyzation of things that are written and trying to get it to a 6th grade level. Just to keep it as simple as possible. It's simple as easy. So that's what we want. And nevertheless, we can't be Amazon. We don't have the resources and power to make our website ourselves. So.
Well, I think that even city council meetings, so it's a mess of like,
It's so
like
hard
a frame
to find
within a
their
frame
stuff.
within a frame stuff, and sometimes like the words come out like this little tiny
Yeah.
column, and you're like, what is going on
I
here?
can't find how to find out
Maybe
what's
city
going
council
on
is
in the
set up
next
with
city. Like, if I want to go figure out when we're going to talk about water in city council, I can't figure it out.
Well,
I'm like, I'm
really
involved
first
in it. Like, I feel like
You
if,
have to look at each individual agenda.
Yeah.
and
Right.
See what's on it.
Or if you wanna look in the past, you have to
right?
say, well, I think that was in June of last year.
If it's hard
Yeah,
for
you can't.
anybody in this room, it's not accessible to the general public. Like, I mean, I just feel like.
I think what,
Yeah, I mean, that's where I
Well,
go through and then I have to go.
what you have to do.
Agenda management
Yeah.
portal.
but,
And then you open the document and like.
And then you scan it, and you have to
Yeah,
like
I got
understand
that
the
same way.
language that they're using, and then you have to go to the next one, and it's like, I wanna know, when are you gonna talk about water restrictions, like, that kind of thing, like, I wanna know that, it's not, so.
Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, there's a different level of search function that it doesn't search within the PDFs because the city, like, I'd say probably 90% of the content is actually in PDFs. And so, whether it's council comms or master plan or whatever, so if you are looking for a particular term, it would have to be in the front end description and it would pop up, but then you'd have to open up that particular document. It wouldn't automatically open you to the PDF, and so there's a whole.
Just like when you Google something, it's gonna give you a bunch of choices. You have to weed through the choices to figure out what it is you're looking for. I don't think we're ever gonna avoid that.
Yeah, there's gonna be some.
But, yeah, no, I can, more communication on council issues.
Just call David and he'll.
I was gonna
do his
say, this is the
little
thing that
computer
we're,
search here.
this is a great questions, but it's getting so close. If you open things up in the Microsoft version right now of their Bard Chat GPT, it now can access that website, and you actually can say, summarize this for a 5th grader, and it will actually do that. It will do it for our prep meetings and anything. So you can, in chat, and Bard just now does like 100 languages too. You can take that website and say, can you please
Will you
summarize this?
give me a little tutorial sometime? Will you just run us a tutorial?
Just go to Bard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bard's great.
Literally Google Bard, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
right here.
There's Microsoft.
Because I'm translating all day long into like that's.
Are you?
I like.
Oh, it does it so fast.
See, Mike,
David was showing me on
Yeah.
the one program that he can search the Prad minutes and pull it up, and in 10 seconds it does everything we all said for that entire meeting. It's bizarre.
Okay, I'm excited about this because this could really.
yeah, and Microsoft.
I didn't mean to get you off track, but I think there's a place where if I'm a wildlife biologist, but I think our tech people probably are going to start being able to figure out how we actually incorporate this. And this is where I'm a wildlife guy, but I was up to like midnight watching a lecture from Sacramento on people Sacramento now all incorporating AI into their websites.
Yeah.
And they're having bots crawl the website, so you can ask any common language question and it will pull it out. So that you said you're always going to have to do that, you're not always going to have to do that.
Oh, that's really. I mean, that's super exciting.
But that's kind of good. It's off track. I think
How long it takes the city to get there.
That's my question.
What we need
but,
to do in the interim.
As long as you don't put stops on the search.
right, if you don't put stops on it, the piece for me as I'm trying to do my work is that if it's publicly accessed stuff, most of the stuff, it can pull PDFs now. It can crawl the website and search for links and stuff. But
so the city doesn't have to adopt anything, and it will just be because I know like city doesn't use Google. Does city use Google now? For a while, I couldn't use any of the Google suite when interacting with the city.
It's all Microsoft.
It's all Microsoft, which is archaic and doesn't interact with like the school systems and things like that. So like if so as long as everything can interact across suites, it will be good.
so that's maybe that's something we talked about there, and I'll have you bring it up. See how is the city looking at incorporating some of these new technologies, so you don't have to wait for the city to make a move, but how could you use some of these tools so you can translate that website very quickly, or summarize it like you're 5th grade. That's my favorite ones. I do so many documents in once. Like, tell me this like a 5th grade.
Okay, so you say
Send
summarize,
to this person in the city.
This is the guy that works me around all day.
This is like I have to do this a lot because I'll have like different reading levels in one class and things like that. So I'm super excited. I'm gonna I'm at this.
Looks like for Bard, you need to have a Google account. Yeah. Which I do. I don't really want to log into that.
But but Bing, Microsoft is a major shareholder of ChatGPT, so Bing now runs it.
This runs through Palm 2, I think, and they run through OpenAI as well.
Yeah, Edge. I used Edge to write my cover letter for the job I had applied for the Parks and Development. I told him, I was like, I'm just going to use this, and it worked out really well.
Oh yeah.
I said, write me a cover letter for this position. I went and found the position and pulled up a cover letter, listed all the things that were in the job description. I had to just change a couple things, and I was
You
done.
mean I don't have to write any more letters of recommendation?
Right. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. That's what we're great.
You'll notice the language is stiff, but other than that,
you can just
like
fix the
Well, so is every letter rec I write for University of Connecticut, right? Like, yeah.
Paige, where do you want to go with this?
Well, so what I wanted to know is just that piece of, tying to the ballot initiative, or like how things will be communicated on the website for that. Like, what will the city do?
Where our hard stop is, and then
and
where
what like if there's an issues group, like how to connect to that, and if there's anything you know of now.
Right now,
that's
there's
just
nothing.
something.
But I think that's by that meeting, hopefully we'll have some of that FAQ kind of stuff coming from the city attorney's office, which will benefit all of us actually.
I'd like to see interaction between all the boards. Like if there was a way to interact, like this is what, like it would be really cool to know, like is sustainability talking about the same thing we're talking about this month? Is transportation talking about, is the senior center talking about, like it'd be kind of cool if we could have that interaction so that somebody from the senior center could be like, hey, you're talking about pickleball and we're hearing about it a ton. Or you're talking,
We've done joint board meetings in the past. I can't remember with which groups. For years.
But as far as communication goes, that would be kind of a cool thing too, is to have communication be like somehow us to know what's going on with the other ones without having to go, what does sustainable resilient?
Not to be a pain, but all the meeting minutes from, just like all the Pratt minutes are on the city website, so is the sustainability and transportation board. Those board minutes are there, so an interested person can go find what they're talking about. It's not quite what you're saying.
But what I'm saying make it easier so that we know what's coming up like in 2 months. Yeah, ahead of time. Yeah. It would be, it's a dream.
I do think for the ballot initiative, like depending on what gets on the ballot, we should get those boards together. Like if it's library, arts, and rec, we should get those boards together and have like at least one joint conversation. But I don't know yet what's
and
gonna
senior
be.
center.
Well,
right.
What you could do is that we have to have the ballot language decided by end of June, something.
It has to be accepted in August.
Right, but we'll probably have the language pretty much set. I'm wondering if we should plan to have July joint meetings. Should we start, because it's going to take a while to work that out. If you wait until August, you probably won't have the joint meeting until November, right before the election, or right after the election.
That
So
makes sense.
it might take a little bit of planning now just to guess when the language is going to be close.
I mean, we know it's going to have a library component, right?
Well, we
Not
don't
for
know
sure. They haven't
anything
done
yet.
formally.
I mean,
But if I was a betting person, I think arts and entertainment and the branch library are almost for sure as compared to recreation. I think they want more of a menu and how they tie together of all the different things we're talking about with a new rec center, the Y proposal, and some of the renovation things. What does that really look like? And helping council understand that.
it really has to just be one question, like
Well,
recreation package,
There is a slight issue with it.
right?
It's the why land space question. That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Because
Yeah.
there has to be a separate question on that. Can we give park space away?
So, we'll talk about, that's big, I have a question within that, that's probably a legal issue that we don't know the answer to. Like,
So I think,
one pass.
Paige, to answer your question, generally when we've done bond elections in the past, there have been flyers that have been developed by the comms team that provide the factual information of the project. It talks about when the election is. It talks about why people are in favor of it. It talks about why people are against it. And then that's the extent of that flyer. Will have a link on the website. Generally, there won't be a lot more than just that, other than you could go in and see what the new rec center could look like or what the new branch library. But again, it's all based on factual, not trying to lead one way or another.
And I would imagine that that information wouldn't include the PRAB-driven civic group that might be trying to support this. I don't think that we can advertise that on our website. You'd have to find your own website. Get that put into the newspaper through letters to the editor or whatever, however. I know there were some efforts the last time that there were some letters to the paper that helped provide guidance of where that information is, but it wouldn't be on the city website.
Well, but I think a big gap last time though was there's like no visibility, because I think even like if people were thinking, oh, pool and ice, that's something I don't want, if they went on and looked and saw that it's actually a rec center,
Right.
like that would have made a big difference. But there
Rec
was
center
nowhere,
with pool and ice.
right,
Yeah.
right, that it was a rec center, and that was some of the features in the, as part of the rec center. So I think having like some more specificity and like drawings and visibility and like on the city webpage and accessible to like go look at is kind of
That's one of the things I shared with the comms team, that this group really was hoping that the city could take better control of messaging as opposed to getting stuck with
just providing more
right.
useful information,
Right.
not just like the very high level that doesn't tell you.
And the challenge of what happened in 2019 was that the drawings, the schematics of the rec center at that time were not public before it was placed on the election. And so they were considered to not be in the public domain, so we could not provide those drawings to the group that was trying
We
to
need to
support
avoid
that.
that happening and
Yes,
at all
yeah.
costs.
And it's
Like-
the plan.
So even like right now with like the why story, it's that what's difficult is that like it's like council communications, the video is really what's there, right? Communications is so, as a citizen, so darn slow that like there isn't a page developed for the why story. So then that way, if like say the issues committee or this group wants to, talk about pros and cons about it when it's the open time, that page isn't developed on the city side. So it has to be developed privately, and it doesn't have the same weight, right? I could take screenshots of the slides that were done or take the slides off of the presentation, but it doesn't have the same weight of being on the city's website,
That
right?
needs to get
Or
there
on,
as soon as possible.
yeah, because it's clearly not a Wise website, but it's like, it would be, having that resource gives some credibility of like, oh no, we are actually interested in this, and this, and so that's.
And that's not just a rumor?
Yeah, so there's a lot, there's detractors who just, think that everything is conspiracy, but like, it would be nice if like, this was something that we're really considering, it goes on there. Like even the recreation's $5 million, like you explained it very well, but it's at the meeting, but there isn't a great place where it's like, boom, boom, boom. If people said, oh, no gang showers now for $5 million, I think most people would like, boom, yes, right there. I'm totally for it. Like, so like better, like, weightlifting, like sort of space or fitness center. Oh, great. I think that's, but it's like, what am I getting for my $5 million?
Right.
Well, here's the list. We keep on like I keep writing what it is, but it's not. It's my voice, not the city's voice.
Did you see? That's where I was kind of thinking about that interactive map. When you clicked on Project 8, which is the rec center, you could almost get that.
Right. Yeah, and then we can link to that particular project and be like, hey,
Right.
this is what you're going to get out of it.
Yeah. So it'd be great if they're thinking about that now and like getting on top of that as quickly as possible, so that we don't miss the communication window.
Maybe even with a click of that, lend your voice, what would you like to see? Kind of thing.
Well, yeah,
Well, this is,
right.
Yeah.
the feasibility study
That's
is
a part of that.
we'll present, that'll be a package that's, here's what was discovered, and that will be available. So that's that piece to put the framework in place.
To Aaron's,
There will be other meetings that we actually get to building a rec center. That'll be an entirely difference.
but to Aaron's point, the option of educating yourself about the ballot issue versus the option of educating yourself about the ballot issue, but also getting to give input in what might be in the rec center might be more attractive to some people and might get more support. People say, hey, yes, I want there to be a
Branch library.
right, or I want there to be a auto repair shop, whatever. Like I've had my voice on, and now I'm more likely to vote for it. So that might be a strategy that we use. We link
Keep it open.
public input for the rec center with that language, some way, somehow.
I think that would be really good. Yeah.
So it feels like we're kind of transitioning. I mean, I don't know that there's much more to talk about right now about sort of information accessibility. It'd be great. Yeah.
Can I summarize what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do.
So
Hey, can I add, before you summarize, there's a question I want. How does the board use the city's website? There is always kind of a difference of opinion within the city of it's only a place where you have static information as compared to recreation wants it also to be a part of our marketing plan. How do you see the site the way it is now, and how would it meet also the marketing needs that recreation has?
It's very static. I mean, for the most part, it's like you might go there to look for the master plans, but in terms of like more dynamic, like, why is there not a story about the why? Is there like an easily like featured, on the website about, hey, we have this cool new thing, or a news feed, or
What I do, oh, go ahead.
well, and it's not super interactive, so it's more like you have to search through a bunch of stuff. And so if I would go there to try to find a document, I wouldn't necessarily, even to find like the classes at the rec center, like what's the current classes at the rec center, I find really hard. Even though I know it's there, it's like I have to Google the right thing, and you can't just go to the recreation
download
site.
the brochure rather than, because that's what you have to do to get classes, right?
Right.
Register for activities.
Or click over, or you can
Yeah.
You can find it eventually, but it's just not.
It's clunky. I just type in things like park in Longmont with a shelter. I'm looking for a park in Longmont with a fire pit. That's what I want. Park in Longmont with like that.
Or fires and parks.
Okay, we're getting there. We've got to change these things. But and like Thursday nights at the museum, or Art and Sip, Longmont. Like I would never go to the website and then search something. I get sent to the website from a search, is what I get.
I think that's probably, most people use Google search, not go to the website. If they get directed to the website, great. If they don't, that's fine too.
Right. City of Longmont e-reading, or Longmont Library e-reading, which I access every 3 days, is like what I do. But that's how, but the individual classes, they are really tough to find. Like City of Longmont basketry, because there was a basket making class. I knew there was. I didn't know when it was. I threw away that thing, right?
I'm just talking about even like the workout classes at the rec center. Like,
yoga
should be really easy to
find.
I think a lot of that'll come with the web update.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
There should be more of a store. I think there should be more of a store sort of place. It should be more of a community center rather than a dump of information. And then it's up to you to leave the website for the most part, which everybody seems to agree. You leave the website, you do the search again, you get back into some place, and then you leave. You kind of like, because there's no no one's telling you the story, right? Like you're not getting what's going on, whatever. It's like if you picked a particular park, be like, oh yeah, by the way, this update is going to be happening at Thompson Park. Like it may look like the playground is a total mess, but there is a playground, and then it links you to something else. Like they all sit in their own little tiny silos everywhere. Nothing is.
And part of that reason is because right now the website is, we project managers are tasked with sort of managing and updating the website, and that's where we don't have the time, not actually doing it. Like I send it off to someone to do, but it's just like I don't go surfing around the website to see what information I put out there 3 years ago. I don't remember what I put out there. Somebody should tell me, hey, this is out of date, and you do.
Somebody who's always
Yes.
thinking about
Yes.
that's the problem with the whole city website.
Yeah.
Is it's another thing that somebody else has to do. We don't really have a professional that works on websites. We have recreation programmers or park developers who also
Are trained
to you gotta
really,
at least
like,
do this much.
Parks, recreation, and open space, or whatever. You should have like a dedicated web information manager that then like connects up with. Well, I mean that's what we have that.
Exactly.
But that's a real challenge, and for the broader city, it becomes a challenge because in recreation, I'm going to use that as the example right now. We have all these other things that are being put on our staff: sustainability, equity, finance, and because neither one of us have financial people. So those are all things that are needed, but they're just another thing that our staff who are supposed to be recreation programmers or park developers that are having to be done, that takes away from what our real jobs are. And that's really a message I would like everybody to hear, because it isn't that we don't want to do all these things, but the resources to do it is not coming with the requirement to do it.
Oh yeah, I totally get you. Like when it was about a year and a half ago or something, there was a web designer job posting or whatever. And there was a clear philosophy problem. Like it's like, well, that it should be that communications and the web person reach out to the departments, and it was like, no, that's not how we do this. Each of the departments are going to feed in. It's like, okay, it's never going to be successful.
Right.
And I'm going to guess that's why a long time you didn't find the right person, because you want to have a centralized messaging next to communications, and then if you don't have the resources, then you're considered basically like departmental clients, and then someone should be reaching out on a regular basis of what's the story we're going to do now? Like, let's build a PR plan, or how do we build these pages for you? And then they should know how to make all the connections.
Yeah. I think one thing sorry, give me
go ahead.
Step in, but one of the things I'm hoping for is that again, because they have much work to do, and they're providing good information out there. And I think one of the things that Dan, you brought up last time was the appreciation for the updates in the crab packets. Right. That should be a lot right there that they could derive a lot of information from on the crab updates. And if they wanted more information with a longer piece, they could contact. But I think the public could get a lot, because I don't think many people go to our crab packets. I think they read their updates.
And that's a challenge, because if you have fitness classes and you want a list of those, and the communication teams has got to do that, or Main Street's going to be closed because of all this construction, guess where fitness classes always land up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, the best thing I get from the city is those, I don't know if they're like weekly or the recreation emails. I love those. Like, I always look at them. There's something interesting that, like, because there's like, it's recreation stuff, city events, classes, and it's not everything, but it's like little things. I think it's really like, and who does that? And so why wouldn't you have that information like on the website? Like, you could have a little side thing, like here's the Thursday update, and it's like more real time.
I actually didn't know about that. I would like that, and I'd like it to be cross-pollinated with all departments. Like,
but that's not
like when because you look at City of Longmont summer camps, and you're getting either recreation or the museum. That's ridiculous. Parents don't care whether it's recreation or the museum. They're like, I want Hogwarts for my kid. I don't care whether it's recreation.
Right, who's doing it? I don't get
care who's doing it.
I'm sorry, Jeff, because I don't really use this. I was trying to do it too, and you kind of have to know what to ask for too. I mean, you just don't. It's like I had to put a search filter in. It's like, if I didn't know I wanted to take yoga classes, I went in.
Or with Rec Track?
Well, in Rec Track, it's even worse.
That's worse.
Yeah.
You need to specifically write the right word, or it doesn't come up.
Right.
Yeah. And that's where aquatics versus swimming really causes a problem.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, I used to have a hard time even finding the hockey stuff. Like when I would go in to sign up my son for, you know, because you had to search just the right way.
Yeah.
And I would usually go to the page that was like for hockey and then click through there versus, so.
Rec
that
track
gave you
is a
some
whole
free
different
time.
another story, which we all know has challenges, but yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, because Rec Tracks is by itself in like utility billing, its own website, and I'm just like, these are the things that would be great.
Even the museum and recreation both use Rec Track. They're still siloed in there where they don't really, if you search camps, you gotta use the right terminology or you'll only get one or the other. And I agree. When my kids were young and I wanted them to do something, I didn't care who was doing it. I wanted to know whether they thought it would be fun or not.
Or you're like, Tuesday camp. My kid needs a
Tuesday,
camp.
exactly.
Right.
I'm not Tuesday. It's like, whatever. What you're doing.
Yeah.
So I had just a quick summary of the communications things, and I'm going to present to our communications team, or actually David is. I'm going to write it up for him, and they'll be able to answer some of these questions next meeting. But language barriers on the website, go to the 8th grade level, tell a story, more mapping connections or spatial connections, make service works more prevalent on the website, maybe QR codes and park signs, improve communication around the potential rec ballot initiative, how the issues group can be part of this if possible, and go beyond what I call the blue book language, which is basically what you get, but added graphics, et cetera, what we're actually trying to do. And then also need clear information on the why deal on the web as well as the rec expansion. And then I had more communication on council issues and how to incorporate AI in the website.
The other thing I would just for this discussion is like just more real-time information. I think that's the piece about the why. It's like that was a recent story in development that you might go to the Parks and Rec website and like it'd be great if there were like stories, like a news feed or something related, even if it's like press releases or like more real-time things versus just static old.
How much does this board use the Longmont Facebook, Twitter, Instagram account things? Because I think that's where a lot of real-time information goes. I don't use those things either, but I think that's where a lot of
thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have Twitter pages, we have all that stuff.
I think I only get them when like there's an emergency that will pop
that's
up on my it'll pop up on my Facebook feed.
Yeah, I guess it depends if you subscribe to it. You wouldn't get it unless
Right.
you
Yeah, I wouldn't follow.
subscribe to it.
I wouldn't follow. Yeah.
But the problem too, right now, unfortunately for municipalities, is that they're getting squashed in Facebook's system. Is that you basically have to pay to play. So if you're not paying, you're only 10% of your entire audience is being served to, and it's only the audience that is the most active that will be considered. So even if you are subscribed, like let's say there's 25,000 people in the city of Longmont's list on Facebook, it's only 10% of those that are getting it into their feeds automatically. If the city paid $50 a month or whatever to Facebook, then everybody would go. And that's just how
that's horrible.
they've changed.
Bring that up when we have the communications. I have no idea how that works, and they might.
Yeah,
So we might do that. We might not do that. I have no idea.
Yeah, because so it's and then sometimes too, like it could be nice, like we tag them all the time for like Bicycle Longmont, and no one ever no one responds or whatever, and you're like, well, maybe at some point, like it'd be great for them to pick up all the other nonprofits and other groups doing things. As a reciprocation of language. But if you don't have enough staff in communications, that's an easy first one that goes away.
I get random emails from the communications team occasionally. We found this on Instagram or found this on Facebook. What's the response? But I have no idea.
Generally,
It's
to
random.
get into the city's things, and again, I'm not a social media guy, but it always seems like it's a one-way street where city stuff can go out to other sites, but it's hard to get tagged into I think that's just not a allowable thing, because what if something bad gets in?
Right.
And also, I mean, inviting under that top 10%, you're only getting your extremity audience. You're getting the most negative and the most positive.
Right. Yeah.
So then you're getting the hateful message, and then you're getting the
this is the best thing in the world message, and you're not getting any normal people. So yeah,
You're getting next door. Basically,
I haven't met a normal person.
Yeah, you should just post it on Nextdoor at that point in time, right? Like, you know.
Could I add to the AI part of building the website? Is there any way? Because for example, I've got one of the 50 different Chat GPT based like assistant services that I got Nova at the moment. Just trying all the different ones. Like while we were sitting here, I punted in. Can you give me a list of Longmont parks and recreation activities? Unfortunately, I can't. Like it's complicated enough that like a probably at this point $1 billion software can't grab it. But then
write that down.
And then when I jumped in,
website sucks.
Not for nothing. I typed in enough. I typed in another county and then actually my hometown as well, and it was simple enough to start prattling stuff off and giving me links that would take me to each individual.
That's great feedback.
So
maybe it just doesn't understand your accent.
Yeah, I typed it upside down.
Yeah, you typed it upside down, and you said mate, and you referenced Vegemite. And
But yeah, like that was live as we were here in this meeting. I was able to pull that, and it's like 2 different queries to Longmont. Like I got more specific, and it said none.
And David keeps asking about the Longmont Open Space Program, and he gets data in both counties. And he's like, no, the one that started in 2000. Oh, that one.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe if that's something that they can even address. Just if they're going to spend all the money and be good stewards of the website, I would say, like the comms team in particular, it seems that they need to at least build it so that this next generation can at least have that agile methodology of like, we built it bare minimum, get it out deliverable, so at least Chat GPT can pull from it, or whatever service.
I think it might be because we have so many pages. It's so segmented.
I think it freed up.
Take those 400 pages and knock it down to 120 or something.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to navigate.
I think it freaked this thing out.
Right.
It was like that's the first time it's ever been like, no. Yeah.
Leave it to law.
I've never seen it go no.
I've had it explained.
To the next item. Why don't we eat while it's hot? We have a taco bar, and then we can, while we're eating, start the ballot.
And so maybe, because I was going to have Scott talk a little bit about some of the stuff that he's already put together, which is super helpful, and then we can just have a conversation, but I want you to be able to eat. So let's go grab our food.
He can eat with his mouth full. Talk with his mouth open.
Okay, so everybody, why don't you go grab food and we'll...
So if I get to see you and Jeff Monday morning, you can run with that. I want to give that plenty of time.
Yeah, I had this assistant. We had a client who was like, we're trying to do a short-term asset management plan, so like, I'm going to get access to my address and stuff like that. So I did it. And I was like, it's surprise. And I typed it in, and I like, those links?
That's like I had been saying, I gave me the link.
Oh, okay. So
I gave the link, but then it's going to be like page, and I had to put in what class I actually.
I think that's
Rev track.
it's not too.
And you'll
you have to write
so non-user friendly.
write me an article about whatever. And it comes out, man, can you improve the article? It's a little better, and then
I actually don't know about how our city, whether we contract with these companies for like a decade, like when we enter into using something like that, I don't know. Who's the director now?
Yeah, exactly.
Carlos, okay, years ago. I think I met him at, what's the place by the sand dunes? Zapata. Yeah, I think I met him at Zapata years ago.
I would be presenting false information.
That would have been because we were listening to a little cup on the radio, so that would have been either like 16 years ago or 12 years ago.
Well, he might have even started.
I think it is one of the queries to go back to. He's multi-skill. He's also there. Right. You're right. He tried hard. Like I watched it. I've never seen it grind away. And right at the start of the I talked about it, he just kept grinding. And then it went, unfortunately I cannot do this.
Using auto. I went right on this, so I went through all my
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the black trucks that's down there first.
it just led me to have it all out. I'm gonna go through. I sent my sister who has 7 kids, who are all in their 20s and 30s. I said, it's actually this thick of photos like here. These are pictures of all your kids. I don't need it. I don't need these. What am I doing? Well, let them do it. But I did that with my high school girlfriend. I had a whole box of stuff for mementos and stuff. I just sent it to her from Maine. I'm gonna see her in July. She's like, oh my God, this is like a history lesson. Did you something near the big box? This is stuff. Yeah. Oh, really nerdy 16-year-old. That like movie. We saw Back to the Future too. That is. I just had this box. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of cheerleading. Pamphlets from her football game. In high school, like here. This is where you were when you were 16 or 15.
I've heard it's good, but I've never, anytime
we're going to Maine,
like, I try to
and
do
go to
the line is too long and shut it down, so I haven't tried it.
So we're flying to last night, a little bit down in Kennebunk, she and her husband, and I floated the idea of seeing her, and then I said, no, she's like, oh man, I really wanted to see this. All right,
yeah, like I'm realizing that maybe I should be like, bicycle Longmont might be something that I need to be connecting with, like
kid stuff is hard.
We clearly are past our prime and we need more people to be involved. That's for sure. So I mean, the holiday bike program used to be like months of 500 bikes, and now we're down to like do like 100.
Taking a digital photo of the picture,
there's like 2 fixes. It's just post-COVID. I think people are like doing a lot more of their own thing, and so you're competing for volunteers that
yeah.
get volunteer time. There's some burnout.
I'm okay. You have time for the summer, you got any troubles?
I tend since I like a lot of my work, not all, some of my work is here in Longmont, but a lot of my work is in Walk It Up.
That'll be fun.
Midwest.
Yeah, we've done this before.
Denver, I get a lot of connections out there
Boundary waters
that I can't really use, but that's where our headquarters is. And then some people that work in Longmont
I haven't been to the UP in ages.
with kids there,
I grew up in
bikes and things like that. Like I just took my students at the end of our camping trip. I took them mountain biking.
How about you?
Need this
first plans?
And 2 of the kids we realized hadn't ridden a bike before, and they learned to ride bikes on that. It was pretty cool.
Next weekend, Bozeman, my daughter who's moving up there.
I realized that I'm not a mountain biker anymore.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of breaking my collarbone, so.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, like I'm. Oh, my brother had a big part of his face ripped off mountain biking. My nephew broke his back and was like immobile for. Like he was in bed for 3 months, and one of my friends broke a femur and was there. And I'm like, why do I want to do this? Like, I'll just ride on little, like trails.
Even road biking's like, you would think that someone who's as fat as I am would be able to go downhill super fast. I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna bomb it.
No.
I used to bomb it when I was a kid, but sure, yeah, no.
You were up then too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, 35, that's fine.
Living on the hill that I do, I see people riding their kids down, bombing down that hill on Bowen Street all the time. It's like, man, there's all sorts of cinders at the bottom of that hill, and I've seen people wipe out down there.
I don't like the only thing I like going fast doing anymore is skiing. It's the only thing I like to go fast. Not even snowboarding or anything.
Yeah.
So, and I have to work up to it skiing. It takes me like half the day to work up to speed, right? What is
I still have on my skiing app one day that I hit 80.
It's bike.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I was like, I'm not comfortable doing 80.
I didn't know that there were skiing apps, but
at 6:30.
It tracks all your climb, your elevation gain, how many runs you did, and where you stopped, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and then there is one every Monday starting Memorial Day out of Rough and Ready Park at 7 o'clock. It does that's east side bike. So that's like 35 people, whereas bike nights.
Okay, hold on. Tell me
100.
about bike night. What times? What?
So bike night is every Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. It's about 6 to 8 miles, going 6 miles an hour. We used to, we'll figure it out, but we used to stop at Sunset Parkway Thrill. It's a little bit of a mess. So we've stopped, like basically probably stopping at Lincoln Park's fun.
That's probably
And so you basically get your way through Old Town, basically a parade of Old Town, and you see all the alleys, the Art Alley, which is near Sherman.
Where does that mean again?
So bike nights at the flagpoles, Roosevelt Park, 6:30 on Wednesdays.
East End.
And then the East End one is Rough and Ready on Mondays at 7. The East End of
Yeah, I haven't done that one. And where do they ride? Like up through Pleasant Valley neighborhood to the north of Rough Park?
Yeah, I've ridden it, but I don't know the names of anything. So, so Damien Wise,
I have a house
like that's his thing, like he lives up there. It started off with him selling a bunch of houses, and so we're just like,
it's like a different city, isn't it? You go up
oh
there,
my gosh,
it's
totally.
like it's so weird.
Yeah.
Living where we do, and then going out to these other places, we're like, man, who knew this existed? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And we did have a West Side for a little while, but it's like
we had a meeting with
down
by yesterday.
So I mean, it's like, and they would go further southwest. Yeah, but it's been tougher to keep maintaining. Like usually someone will do like 4 of them. I'm like, well, that's not do this. They're like, when's it even coming? Well, Ryan's been doing it for 20 weeks a year for 20 years. Right. You're not going to just instantly have 100. So and that's I think bike nights like 30% new.
That's how I
every single ride.
That's a good cruise from Sydney.
Well, it's, you get the publicity by stopping traffic and having 100 bikes ride by our house. It's like, that looks fun.
My husband and I used to do the one.
Unfortunately, we're the youngest people on board for about 40 years.
Where'd you stop along the way?
So we're in Sydney, all through.
You just ride next to people, you start chatting, and it's a great way to meet people, make friends. That's where Jessica and I reconnected. We were both going through divorces, that's where we reconnected. Bike night.
Yeah, sorry,
In case you want to know.
So my key side of my family.
Yeah, whenever you want. And like I know if you had anything that you want to do.
Hey Eric, I feel like there's enough food for you as well. So, and there's a whole lot of food over there.
I'm actually going to Becky's too far.
Oh,
yeah.
But you could save your money at Heaven's and just buy the margarita.
Mexico cruises and stuff. I shut one of those down.
Let me know when you guys are ready so we can go ahead.
But thanks for the information about that, because like I could feel like I listened. I mean,
It's just open to everybody. Like people drive, like the parking lot gets filled with people who drove their bikes in and then go off and ride and go back to their bikes. So I want to give everybody a little bit of an update, I guess, with the Bicycle Issues Committee. Really, I think from our conversations, we started talking about having one and the pros and cons of it versus what happened in 2019, and didn't know really what to expect here, so I madly dashed off a couple of notes and then what's in the packet. But so out of talking to a few people who originally had jumped in interested in recreation, that was not on Proud, because it was when we first were talking, it was difficult to figure out what our legal status is, if we can talk to each other, at what point do we become Proud if we're all on the same email list or whatever. And so kind of basically built out a lot of what this packet is. We'll talk about that a little bit. But so we had a sign-up group start from there, and there was a lot of bicycle people really out of that, and some other recreation people. And that's what Dr. Waters kept on referencing at a couple of, or at least I think 2 of the city council meetings, is that there was 150 people. So about the sign-up list is about 200 people right now. People who said they're interested, but the Facebook page has now got 470 people in it. There are the detractors in the group who just love to throw bombs and just no. But if we can't take care of the homeless, well, we can never have a rec center. And I'm like, wow. It's just That's the answer all the time. So it's just maintaining that conversation, and like that's the part where I think it's really critical on the whole ballot piece, because that group, the group in 2019, didn't have an audience to directly communicate to. The city couldn't just answer questions. I think that's the thing, you have to constantly be up, because anytime someone throws a bomb, everybody's going, oh, that must be true. You're like, no. Here's the whole thing. This is how like recreation's finances work and whatever. Don't say that, we can't afford our current rec center. That's why should we look at a second rec center? And so you have to be like on top of that. So I think one of the top goals before or at any time is making sure we have enough data and information of everything, so when we get these questions, when there is like the city lockout, we can answer questions like correctly to people. It doesn't like pigeonhole us. So it's just out of like, and it doesn't have to stay this way, but it was. Yeah,
How we do this, Joe?
I know this is
or do I like poison the entire system? Ha ha ha. What is this?
This was the boil.
Did you mind?
Yeah.
I might have a hard stop at 12.
I'm
My
guessing
wife's
Scott's
sending me a
gonna
text
clean up the webpage
she has
right
to
here.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, or
Not quite yet. She made an appointment with her. Yes.
How do I change the?
Yeah, I might. Yeah.
You're up there.
Yeah.
I'm
you
not
probably
gonna
won't
see
go
that.
much longer than that.
Just like the
Oh,
council
okay.
stuff.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh yeah. So the group is called Let's Get Physical right now, just as a cutesy sort of thing, because we'll get into like the marketing part of it. But the idea was that if you saw people with like headbands and like look like John McEnroe, that would be basically our sort of idea.
She died.
And actually,
I know. This is all, yeah.
and Dan, we started talking about this in that meeting that you weren't there, and I was like, oh, Dan would be so excited. We're all talking about it. But really the purpose of the group is to support recreation initiatives. And I think the thing that, in whatever it is, right, because Union Res has kind of fallen off the list, and that is one of our 2 ads that generated a lot of these 470 people to like jump in and be excited. It's like, Union Res, now we have to figure out a communications plan of it's not gonna be on there, so hopefully it wasn't, most of you, it wasn't more something else. So, but I think we need to know what these things will be. So unlike the Performing Arts Center, where everybody's like, oh, it's so impressive, they have all these people coming all the time, these things, it is one central entity. Like, they don't like, the details actually in it, they don't know exactly what it's gonna be, they all just know it's gonna be, like, they just say Performing Arts Center. And so, with this is that we have moving parts, and so we don't even have something to put people around. It's difficult to say, oh, everybody come to the city council and support rec in some sort of way. We don't know the size of the package, the dollars involved, what I get out of it. Because if it was like on the 25th, I would say most people would have gone and talked to city council about Union Res over the next time. And so I think we need to be good at like knowing what it is, and then we can activate this group and other groups to do those things that like the Performing Arts group is doing, but knowing what it is that we're trying to promote.
So Scott, one of the things I did after last crowd meeting is I really went back to my leadership and talked about how important that Union Reservoir piece was to the group. And hopefully in that conversation, maybe there's still a linkage that somehow this is getting drug in. I don't know how Harold and Joni's want to do that, but I really did try to drive home that what I heard from Crab, one group is all out of everything we're doing, but that was a driving piece. So hopefully before we meet next time, they'll at least have that information. Maybe start figuring out how we package that a little better.
Yeah, and I trying to explain some of the Union Res changes to a lot of people. They're like, oh, what if it was just like $1 million was put into Union Res, but all the rest of it was like done with all this other financing, just so that it was part of the package. Okay, we'd get east side of town excited as well, right? So because really, there's Ward 1 folks that are clearly against the new rec center because it's a Ward 2 or whatever the Southwest Longmont is. It's like they get all new things. It's a new, like these people are all rich and it's their rec center. And so north and east side of like
not real far northeast of Longmont, but if you really kind of look at where these people are from, there are people on the east side of town who are really resentful of people in the southwest part.
And that's why the YMCA piece is so important.
That's why I think that's
They have to
another
be
piece
together.
together. Yeah.
And I think the Union Reservoir it's like almost countywide, more than even just like, I mean, I think because it serves everybody, not just east side, I feel like.
Yeah, and there's also some resentment. There's also problems on the east side. So if you're next to County Line Road, people are worried that you will create traffic problems for them. Now, most of them live there, who are creating the traffic that's on County Line Road because it didn't exist that way 10 years ago. So it's there's pluses and minuses sometimes with some of the groups like that of how to make that work, because they know that sometimes like 26 will back up onto County Line, and that's what they're thinking, that this will cause more problems. But you have to try to figure out how it creates enough of a community to get close.
So David, do you think that there would be enough of a, I guess, kind of visual, pretty straightforward package about what's actually the plan at Union that we can kind of?
I'm more, the master plan will be what we have to.
Well, I know that exists, but like, what are the next steps that will happen? Like next, kind of some, and I know some things. And, there's various different funding mechanisms, but is it something you think will have something at some point that kind of can tell this group, well, these things, this is kind of the plan, we are going to be doing some stuff?
I'd like to help clarify that. I think there's definitely sequencing steps in there that all are beneficial to get to that long-term piece. But Scott, that's where I don't know who said it, but if this group was saying there's a way to maybe tie some dollars, that we could use that language of X amount of dollars, $1 million, $2 million set aside to leverage partnerships and grants with other organizations to make sure that we are their skin in the game. Maybe that's a piece that people recognize the city is putting dollars.
You have to talk about like what amenities
to
you
get
exactly as a result, because that's what people are going to say. Like,
because you could throw $1 million.
No gate showers and toilets at Union Reservoir. You got your vote, right? Like things like that. Like
And maybe that's a piece too, Steve. Maybe
we could go through and pull information from the master plan and create a narrative.
Because I think we really can get to with what we have right now is the loop trail. I think this. I'm on the same page here with you on this too. I have wanted, restrooms, changing rooms that kind of are at the level of what we're charging people for, the volume of people we have. The pieces I haven't shared with this group, I don't think, is the logistic. The closest sanitary sewer is over at Smuckers. So
it's
a long way. So it's you talk $1 million. I know you're going to get for $1 million to get sanitary sewer over there. So Steve, do you know anything else?
Well, I think that if we're going to talk about matching things, minimum 5. I think because it's set up there was a $8 million project. It's up around 19 now. For what we're
right.
Is that what the Rangers use? Is the kid toilet out there?
But they have a septic tank.
Okay.
And we couldn't get a septic tank out there that would work.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Let's keep going because I do want.
This is
Scott actually has put together a lot of great. Really thinking. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is really just kind of start our conversation, probably more so than to answer anything, really. But so I think, we kind of started talking about the YMCA part of it. In addition to like the Union Res part is. My question is it's going to be a 2-part vote. What happens if they say yes to, or they say yes to the bond? Let's just say they say yes to the bond for the rec package, but they say no to the land, right? Like, does it blow up to the core? If that sounds like in that case that blows up YMCA. But if they say yes to the land and then no to the bond, that means everything's blown up, nothing does, right? So I think that's
still have a pool that needs to have something done with.
In a rec center that still has, So I don't know if is that part of this group to answer that land question too, or is it just a recreation
part of it? Like so in the, and it has to. They have to think about it in terms of how it gets put on the ballot.
Right.
For example, if like the recreation question is 3A, you know, the land thing has to be like 3B, so that you know, like, vote 3A and 3B, like,
Right.
that's recreation. So they have to, you know, it's part of the messaging, but it's also part of the ballot strategy.
But there's statutory issues. There's some, because bonding ones, like, there's a whole list of how you go.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's gonna work.
Have you talked to Dawn about that at all?
No.
No, she might know.
But yeah.
She'd be a good resource to start with.
I mean, regardless, we have to figure out a way to include that ballot item in the messaging for the rec package. So that people know they go together.
They go together, yes, yeah, you get both, to get both
Yeah.
wristbands, you need both 3A
Right,
and
exactly.
3B. Right?
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's that thing, it's like, well, so in this, the packaging, this is a question I don't know, it's like, totally, I have a feeling, is packaging an overall better game strategy, or is it worse strategy, right? Because there was communication with council earlier, at the end of March, early April, was does something bomb everything, right? If Centennial Pool was by itself, if it was done by like the survey, it could have probably bombed everything if that was the ballot at the time, right? Because there were 60% negatives to changing the Centennial Pool out to being a basketball court at the time. So I'm just careful of, like, in the package, in the package of items, we don't have something that is the thing that drags people the opposite direction. So all you need is one negative that someone's like, no, I don't believe in this thing, so I don't believe in anything. Generally speaking, though, in voting, even just calling them the guys from Magellan and trying to get some questions from them, they said that packaging is usually works better in your favor. Is that if you do package things up, people then go, oh, well, this thing's for me, I don't want to lose it even though I'm against this other thing. Oh, I have to vote for theirs, even though, because I'm voting in my self-interest. Because people vote in their self-interest 5 to 1 over like
this
community
only works
interest.
as a package, honestly, because of the geographic diversity and like the different facilities that are being provided. Like the message, at least just to me, is so much more compelling when you think of the collective versus any individual thing.
I think so too. I just didn't want it to be totally biased.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just don't add the word competitive and you're probably
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, and there's nothing in that, like, the focus is on, like, we want to increase the recreational, you know, resources and amenities available to people in Longmont, especially, like, for the future, like, now and for the future, right? So it's not about pools, like, it doesn't say necessarily in the package, like, pool or ice or reservoir, you know what I mean? It's like recreation.
I'm sorry,
Maybe you should
so
write
it's
that.
good or?
I think it's good.
Yeah.
because
I agree, I was
think
making sure I
everyone-
understood your point.
Because
Thank
I
you.
felt like the previous language like siloed people
Right.
versus recreation is like brings people together.
Right, I think maybe you should be the messenger, because that right there, increase the recreational amenities to everyone. Like,
Now in
for
the
every-
future.
For now in the
Yeah.
future, I like that, you know, for everyone.
Right.
So we say, we're making it clear that we're including everyone.
So what do you
Want to.
what do you say when I say, well, what's going to be in the rec center? It's going to have. I'll
Well,
vote
we
for
have
it.
to know. We have to know enough, you know, because like if we can say, I mean, I think the beauty of it right now, at least generally, is that there's something for a lot of different interests. You know, because there's the swimming, both, you know, like lap swimmers and, you know, recreational swimmers. There's, you know, a hockey rink or ice rink for ice and hockey. You know, there's potentially like youth, depending on like if they put a youth center or specific programming for seniors. Like it kind of depends on what those things are, but I think it gives you the opportunity to say recreation and, you know, here's what's for you and you.
Another component that you guys can answer this, but I have heard that we would be working to make rec center passes work at the Y in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I don't know RY well enough to know what amenities they have that we don't, but that could be a selling point too, that you might get access to, like racquetball. They have racquetball there.
Yes.
And I think
Yeah,
you
so
have
like-
to, otherwise, like, you can't
new
include
one.
the Y in this.
Oh, right, I forgot. Okay.
But, I mean, I wish we had a way of saying, when they come back with, well, what's gonna be in it? What do you want in it?
That's risky though.
It is.
That would be designed by committee, I think.
I mean, we can do that right now, but once they decide
Yeah.
what's in the, at least in, as goes into their cost estimate. So we just have to, like, when is the right time to say that versus.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of just leaving that question open, that there's still other things that could be added to it, but it can't be what I call the Homer Simpson car. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that episode where it's like every man makes his own car, and he made like a hot tub and a dome and whatever. It's like not everyone's opinion that like really is equal, right? So I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying sometimes they're so far off. It's an N of 1. We're trying to work for an N of 100,000. So that's sometimes it's. So I just wanted to we'll jump over how to promote it for a second, but odd year trends in that packet. It's like page like 4 or 5. We've talked about this a little bit, and we won't go over total details. This is something that's clearly against us. We have fiscally conservative older voters voting in odd years. Without saying it's definitive, but the school district's probably going to go for $100 million next year. So no year is ever good. Is really the other side of the coin, right? So, and there's so we have the library. The library, the Performing Arts Center, museum has come off probably as a valid initiative, but the early childhood piece, I'm not sure if that's going to be on the ballot or not as the early childhood district piece that's in there. So it's this other development area of basically making sure that we have early childhood education and services for all Boulder County and St. Green school districts are sort of involved in that. And so that may be coming onto the ballot as well. So there are other things that we're asking the taxpayers in a year that's not clear economics for all sort of situation. Right? I think it's what works relatively well for us is the state is pushing forward a property tax relief bill, so I think that helps folks. But the cost of everything is high, so a lot of your younger voters or even older voters may have issues with what's the cost of everything, because like the packages include sales tax increases, right? So we're not even just talking the bond increase; we're talking sales tax increases, which affect everybody. It's not just doesn't affect just property owners. And
plus, we're dealing with the assessments that just came out as well.
Right, and
the property tax relief bill that might be coming on the ballot.
Right, so there's some complexities there. Some of that probably will get washed by the summer, because by the time the State House is done, that's the middle of summer, so we'll know that part of the piece to talk through. But sales tax is going to be something that that doesn't come up very often, of changing sales tax rates. And so that's no matter what the topic was, that's going to be an issue, and that's there.
Personally, I feel like we really need to motivate families and people thinking about kids and kids of all ages, both like young elementary age and teenagers, and like what do we want to be available to kids in the future? Because that's going to be those younger people with younger families or school age kids. Like if we can motivate that voting,
right? And if you look at voting data, Boulder County has wonderful voting data. And so if you look at Southwest Longmont's voting on odd years, it is really down, right? So like Central Longmont, for the most part, is pretty consistent, no matter what's there. But in that southwest part of Longmont, it really pivots really hard. And so I think that's part of the thing that we need to do is to break that trend on this vote, to get people, it's generally a younger population. They've only been, they've been Longmont less than what the overall population has been. And so to go out and get those votes. I think it's somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 votes. I'm not a voting expert, and it'd be great to like talk to, you know, folks or whatever's in there, but in order to overcome the negatives, we have to talk about some stack negatives and other things, but finding those people who wouldn't otherwise vote, but have been mailed the ballot, it's sitting in their house, we just need to get them to convert to vote on this one subject, right? I think is what you need to make them do. And so I think, you know, you're right, is the younger population is getting the kids to maybe even create pressure on the voting parents and maybe grandparents. Is there. Is part of it. So stakeholder outreach, there's lots to consider. I mean, there's the rec population itself, schools and youth groups. Sorry, that's page 2 of this little package piece. I couldn't get it all into the slides first thing this morning, so I just kind of pieced together 2
I'm
pieces.
amazed that you did this. I had a hard enough time writing down 6 questions. So
Yeah.
Good job.
Okay. So, but like one of our top questions is like leading up to and even after our city closes its ability to talk about the ballots, could the issues committee sit itself in front of the rec center with volunteers and talk about the ballot issue?
As long as you're 25 feet away from the front door.
Okay, so that's still in the walkway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, people do walk that sidewalk, but like, I mean, that's still great. Because that's the odd, I mean, right? You want to get people who are going to be going to rec center stuff already. I mean, I think the same thing happens at the Y, right? Do you want to get Y? People who are going to the Y, do you want the new Y to happen? And so you have these locations that are, you know, these are the natural locations that are going to collect people, try to message them on a regular basis, add to your email list, add them to social media, you know, remind them on a regular basis that's there. But
Some kids drop off and pick up,
yeah.
like especially pick up, because they have a little more time.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of other recreation groups that we should probably leverage that are in there, but I think there's other things we should, you know, look at who are other like groups that may not be recreation but would be sympathetic that's there. When I talked to this about the bicycle to the community, for the bicycle Longmont group, it was like 75% of the people, a knee-jerk reaction, no. So why? Well, they haven't finished my trails yet. I'm mad at Steve, and that's we're not going to vote for recreation because it's not in there. I'm like, well, let's talk about this, that, and the other thing. And they're like, oh, let's all vote for like things that we're still going to use anyway. It doesn't have to be a bicycle issue. And so I think it's just general education. And they're like, oh, and people turned around and said, oh, I can see that. Yes, because during winter, I do get on the exercise bike. I am a rec center user. And, whatever. So,
That's a whole separate ballot question. Are you mad at Steve?
Yeah.
I'd vote yes on that one.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I don't see on this list, and I don't know this guy well at all, but Vic Vega is a guy who has started a nonprofit for Latino kids in the city to have access to equipment and things, and that's where he wants to use the Broncos money to buy a bunch of golf clubs to loan out to kids and hockey equipment and things like that. But he would have the knowledge of how to get the Latino community involved, and I think that's a pretty strong group that could help your cause.
That's great.
And then the other idea is that Sticker Giant's local. They're going to donate 5,000 stickers.
Oh yeah,
They live here.
yeah. They've sold out a lot of business, but yeah.
Oh, have they sold out?
But the employee, it's still the big portion of it. Still employees own a big part of it. So it's yeah. I think we get a lot of those folks on there. Any other stakeholders that come to mind off the top of your head?
It was just emailing. Loco Swimming is the Longmont Masters group.
Yeah.
And they were kind of one of they were a crappy version of what you're organizing for the last ballot issue. It turns out we did a lousy, we all did a lousy job, but there's 50 people who are going to vote yes no matter what, maybe 100, you know, for the Loco Swimming.
So we can get them
Yeah,
to go
can
and
we
get
them to help
3
us
other
with
people
that?
each
Yes.
to go get votes.
Locoswimming.org.
Okay.
The 2 main coaches, I don't know, it doesn't matter anyway, people, but they
Oh, yeah.
will be gung-ho.
Okay, cool. Nice. Thank you.
Are we talking about the, so a piece of the recreation center proposal is senior center, senior services,
Yeah.
having access, dedicated access to multi-use rooms, to activity rooms. I feel like, if more age 65 plus are voting, then we should be emphasizing that there will be, that has always been a part of our plan, our discussion with senior services. They will have dedicated time into this facility. So I think it's something we want to make sure we emphasize with our informational stuff, and then that allows you to.
Oh, yeah, to talk to that group.
So the board and the friends.
Sorry?
There's an advisory board for senior services, and there's also a friends of the senior center. That, I think those are 2 different groups that we would want to talk to.
What about Silver Creek Student Council?
Yeah, I think within the schools there are like 3 or 4 different groups within the groups. I think we just have like schools right now, but we'll break it out into further.
I mean, you've got a bunch of teenagers that got to get they've got to get leadership hours and like things like that. And those would be teenagers that were directly affected by a rec center in their area.
Is that something where you can park them at tables and be like, hey, like 25 feet from the door of the rec center or whatever, and be like, hey.
Yeah, I'm sure that,
Like,
not only that, but
hours,
if they're for it, then they get their parents to be for it.
Right.
Even
Yeah.
if they can't vote for it,
Yeah.
their parents are going to vote for anything that their kids are backing.
Yeah. Is there any parameters for the leadership hours? Like, would they have to fall into a specific part of this? Like, just, I know that.
Not usually.
Okay.
Usually, if like any voting body would sign off on their service hours,
Okay.
like any NHS, like any National Honor Society would, like all the National Honor Societies could do this. All the high school National Honor Societies. I mine a lot of
And middle
labor.
schools have that too.
Yeah. Oh, in middle schools, and they have a harder time with service hours. And man, you can't say no to a cute little middle schooler with like acne and big feet. It's hard to say no to them.
I do every day.
I know, but to somebody else's, you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
right.
good.
Yeah,
like,
under
oh.
other frisbee golf, first of all, change up the disc and turn people off by saying frisbee. Disc golf. But there's a new president, Ann, I can't think of her last name, but if you contact me, I can put you in touch with her. Very nice woman. Of the Longs Peak Disc Golf Club. There's no club in town.
Disc.
Longs
I mean,
Peak Disc Golf Club.
that's one of the questions I keep thinking about too with and it's another like details question with the new rec center if it's at Dry Creek. Like knowing what that means and like how you can, for the people that are worried about the natural environment, being able to talk about like what the natural environment might be with the new rec center and like what that might look like, or like with the disc golf. Right now, the disc golf course is kind of,
Yeah, at best.
like right at best.
Yeah.
And like, would there be any improvement to the disc golf course as a result of the rec center development? Because that's what would bring them in, maybe. Otherwise, they may not care.
I don't think that we can speak to future funding of Dry Creek Phase 2 within the context of this culture tax initiative.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can commit to that. I think it's something that's coming, but they didn't want to include it in this because of the numbers they received. So we'll have to look to, I'm still showing that as an unfunded project in this 5-year CIP because it's been identified as one of the 5 projects. We just got to figure out how to pay for it.
And the disc golf course is part of that.
Yeah, it's shown as part of the final master plan is disc golf there.
And the snow hill.
And the sledding hill, yes. When talking about the environment, I think that's where FRAB members need to pull out their Parks, Recreation, and Trails master plan and go through
the definitions of different parklands, and this is a community park. This is land that was purchased by the city for community park uses. This is what community park entails. And then letting them know that as we are designing any park, we look at water conservation, we look at preservation of habitat along waterways, we look at areas, like look at Dickens, you know, so we take that into account in the design, but we're not gonna leave it just a big open area for prairie dogs.
Right. But that, I mean, that was the point I was trying to make though, is that in the design, you're gonna think about, you know, the natural environment and how to, you're not gonna go in and intentionally ruin it. Like, you're gonna try to think about how can you design it in a way that's.
It's just that some people think that removing prairie dogs is ruining it, and that's just not the reality.
I do think that.
We're relocating them, spending $70,000 to relocate them instead of fumigating them. So there's that.
That would be my yeah. I just. Anyway. So, did we stop?
He's like, I'm taking a break.
You said prairie dogs. I'm going to the bathroom. Well, because I think this is important. Like, you know, when. So where are you guys? We should wait till 7. I'd like to know kind of like where you guys are in that, because that last city council meeting I went to was when they kind of like gave the charge. You know, go back and think about recreation and put together another package.
So there's
when do you report back?
There's 2 pieces I took back to our leadership group. One was the Union Reservoir piece, and the other piece was this idea. You heard me ask Dr. Waters again to get that clear message of, are we asking for a recreation package? Because I don't think everyone heard that at that council meeting. The idea of the YMCA and the Southwest rec piece. I think that was a piece that was a little bit not quite followed by everyone in that piece. So I did take that back, and maybe I can. We have meet. Our next was not really, unfortunately, the 25th.
Yeah, that's
when we'll be in the room with people now. Hopefully, they've got that message from the updates I provided, and then Jeff can kind of carry that message as well. But I don't think there was really clear direction on bringing a package together with all those elements.
There were a couple of people who were not clear, but and the rest were really clear. So when are you guys expected though to report back to council?
We'll probably find out on the 25th.
They're waiting for you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so, I don't know. Really
Well, I was just asking when they're supposed to, like, to this question of when they're supposed to report back to council with like an updated vision for the recreation piece of the ballot initiative. And David was saying that they're trying to get clarity on whether it, like the question actually is come back with a recreation package versus like the separate YMCA thing. And I just, that's just such a non-starter. I mean, to come, if the ballot question were only about the YMCA, like I don't think there's any reason to, do it, because I think it won't get enough support.
Which is one great for us to, again, carry that strong message back. The other piece,
we talked about that at the last meeting too.
Right.
It's like, that's.
Well, that was, yes, and again, I think I carried that with Dr. Waters' sort of same idea. So our council liaison and the board really all have that feeling. So I pass that on. I think though, that putting that together, what the package is, I think we have the individual pieces. So I don't think we have a whole lot of work for us to say, here's what the new cost is, and here are those elements you need.
So Tom needs to leave, so I just want to give him a chance to, thank you for coming.
Yeah, no worries. I got to, is it alright if I take this back there with me?
Oh yeah. And I think, sorry.
No, you're right.
Just so you know that Jeff brought up the other day, some of those costs, and Steve would agree, that even in the year we've been talking about this, some of those costs are going to need to be adjusted again.
See you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Good weekend.
Yeah, you guys too.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the 25th, I think there's a page under other issues that kind of tagged in like what the council members all did. Like, I don't know if it started with Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, or somebody said here's my topic. You need 3 things. All of a sudden, I'm like,
Right.
when was it 3 things? But all of a sudden, it became like this.
Right.
But it was a kind of a good exercise. I thought
Right.
it was a good exercise that they kind of put down their list. And really, whatever is rec is third. Is on the list. And even then, it's a mixed bag of YMCA seems to lead over everything else for rec, even though it's just presented to them that night. It was a new shiny thing. And a couple of them, pointed out, like, we've been talking about rec for years, for a new rec center for years, and yet new shiny thing for tonight somehow becomes your top priority. So it was kind of funny to hear.
It's because it ticks the affordable, attainable housing box.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I think also the parsimony box, the thriftiness, a little bit. I think that's been a problem with Centennial Pool all the time, with voting it, is that it's not perceived as thrifty to take a pool and turn it into something else and then ask for a pool somewhere else that they can't possibly know what they're talking about. It's got to be cheaper just to fix a pool, right? And this seems more thrifty because the YMCA is putting the bill for something, right? And like in people's minds, that thrift, that conservative voter thrift.
I think, yeah, I think in Page's kind of, it solves a problem. I mean, it does that piece of, checking those boxes Jeff talked about, but then solves another problem as well.
Yeah.
Well, and in the survey, for $7 million, you were going to get a community center. For $3 to $5 million more, you get a whole rec center, which says, it feels like you're getting a lot more for your money.
And, like all these people said arts after they had heard from like 20 people talking about arts. And so it's like in the moment influence.
And the thing to remember about the arts, and it's something that you guys should probably stress, is that the arts costs the city $0 until the art group raises $30 million. We don't have to do anything on that until they raise $30 million. So
But then you have to, that's such a weird thing.
Yeah, right, no, I get it. But that's the way it's being set up right now.
Right. But that's just kicking the can down the road.
Yes.
But it will be on
the ballot.
Yeah.
But that's how it's going to be free.
The clock for the tax being charged or assessed doesn't happen until $35 million is somewhere in the city bank.
Yes.
Right, but it does commit the city if they make that number.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
Right, and then the tax increase goes in and everyone says, what? What's this?
How do we get this kick in?
So what I'm curious is who actually is going to decide what goes in the rec center? Because I've heard all sorts of different things. Like, this is confusing me. Because all of a sudden, like, certain things in here say, basically, ICE is a done deal. No one mentioned, like, you're the only one that mentioned ICE in your rec center, right?
ICE is shown at the YMCA.
It's a Y.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's part of what they want.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So that, like, but, okay, so that's where we're getting.
The next
So the Y solves
public
the
meeting.
pool and ice piece, I think, part of the pool.
A part of the pool, because then what the thing is, like, even if there's a pool there, we want a pool over there, and could it be a poolless rec center, and is that a thing, and, like.
Well, it'll have a pool of some kind, I believe. It's not gonna be 8 lanes, is my thought. June 7th or 8th will be the next public meeting where the consultant will present 3 or 4 conceptual designs of what could be in a rec center based on the feedback they took the other night, and of course their
promised
experience.
a summary for that.
Yeah, it's
Did it
done.
come out,
It
or-
will be
Trying to get that information.
You and I think we're the only two who were there from this board.
on Monday or Tuesday. That will be on
We
the
certainly
site.
had some technical challenges, so it's
Gotcha.
trying to include as many people as possible. That was successful, but
Okay.
So by everybody being on their phones that night, not everybody listening to you to go on just their cell, it took bandwidth away from
we were totally overwhelmed.
Aurora, so it was choppy and actually couldn't save what was recorded that night.
So I just wondered, like, we could probably take about 10-ish more minutes.
Yeah.
What do you think is most important
I
to
think
share at this point?
I think there's 2 questions. One is like, what do we do in the short term with this group?
you know, do you put pressure on city council, or do we wait till we have something more defined? Like what do we do, like, to get this group going from just an interest group to an action group, which takes effort, and you have to communicate to them well ahead of time for your first action. And like, what do we want? What would be successful from that? My other one was, how do we fundraise this thing? Because I think you need to raise like $20,000 to $30,000 to make this work. And, you know, is that, you know, achievable? So,
Hard that.
yeah. Sorry.
I don't know that you're asking me this question, but clearly, council seems to react when arts and entertainment people are there. My thought is maybe they do need to hear from this group.
I was going to say the same thing.
May 30th is like they're open, which I'm sure will go all night,
Right,
but we should probably try to get people there. And then, you know, I don't know what the next like relevant council meeting would be.
I think, you know, Scott, you maybe said is keep pressure on it, but I think keep this in the forefront, probably more than anything, so that they know that they have that support from the community, which I think, like Jeff said, they saw a few people show up, and all of a sudden that was the leading cause.
And the arts folks are being smart. They're sending different people each time, different letters to the editor from, you know, different authors, and so all the same information.
Right.
But it's just different people showing that there's more than just one person guiding it.
And I feel like, you know, we could do that, but we kind of have to wait till there's more details. But we can send people to support it.
Yeah, I think you and I could probably, like, us could come up with a letter to the editor sort of piece, because I think it's difficult for the group to be like, yes, I want a thing, because it could be all over the place at this point of what it's there. But I think there's, you know, within the group saying, if you want to talk about the new rec center, please come May 30th and talk about that. Or if you really are for like the why thing, and then just direct them to it. Within this context, please talk about, you know, this thing. We can actually, what I always find is effective is you draft up easy language. Maybe use ChatGPT to draft a language for you, and then be like, whatever, just go up there and, you know, say your piece or email them in. That's a lot of people email stuff in, and you hear that.
And that's what, maybe page it. Again, right now you probably have those supporters at the high level that in general we support anything that supports rec. Maybe they start showing up with that message, and as you go down, you get more specific messaging as it goes forward.
Yeah, I think, I mean, until we can't, I think it'd be great if this group sort of directed what we want. I've never done this before. It just would be like great to like help us direct what this group needs to do when, and we'll be okay with like coming up with, you know, more of a plan or strategy, and then like, okay, so now we'll go. So I mean, most of the brunt of what we're going to spend money on will be September to November, but I think this group is more in charge of making sure it gets onto the ballot in the first place. Like phase 1 goal, get you know, recreation package on the ballot. Phase 2 goal is to get it passed.
So think about it right now.
Do you feel as though that you should take a stance as far as whether it's on this year's ballot or next, because of the off-year voting?
I think the answer of like, it's never a good year is a good one, right? I mean, it's
never going to be a perfect year.
yeah. So I mean, there are other initiatives that passed in odd years. So yeah, I mean, unless we knew for sure what 24 was going to look like,
right.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we could write to that, but I think to certain groups, I think that's their messaging is the urgency that it is devastating. To some other groups, you don't talk about this.
But that, yeah, it's only going to get more expensive waiting another 18 months.
That's a great point too. Is that the pricing goes through the roof if you don't buy it now. There was I mean, is anybody concerned with the former city manager's comments? And he seems to be the one that's most come out with the most like anti-rec center talk.
He was
from the
certainly
city
the
council.
leader of the 4 year ago failure. He was by far the biggest.
What is his issue?
I feel like he's more supportive.
He's supportive, but he doesn't like the fact that it didn't work, or that city council wasn't supportive. Like, I couldn't quite understand what his.
Yeah, talking specifically, I thought his comment was, yes, we need a new rec center.
I would agree.
He didn't like the competitive 50-meter pool and ice in the project before.
He wanted Page's piece, if you were framed it as a rec center with these, where it changed over to competitive pool and ice, which means the ice palace sort of thing.
Right.
I think that the rec center
With an exercise bike next to it. Yeah.
the rec center I think
It
is
was gonna
supported.
be. Okay.
Okay.
So are you?
Is this coming in Times Call or where?
No, he's gone to 2 or 3 city council meetings. Yeah.
I didn't hear that, okay.
And so it's like we should have it, but there's a bunch of negative comments mixed into it. And you're just like, well,
Well, he does go back to the last.
Yeah.
He definitely wants to make a point. He doesn't, that shouldn't be the way it is. And I support.
So maybe part of your message is how this differs from the last proposal, strengthening that position so people can.
We listened
rest.
and now
Right,
we're
yeah.
doing
Yeah.
Right.
X.
Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah.
Even if you're gonna have some competitive areas, maybe it's not, like you could
That's
host a
not the
competitive
theme,
meet, right? It's not the
right.
thing, yes, it's, we know we made a mistake before.
So are you just being conscious of the time? My last question is like, are we going to get specific written guidance at some point about how boards can interact
That's
in
what I
these
think
different phases?
I'm hoping that's what's coming from legal.
Okay. Because that would be super helpful for me to just see.
So our teams, when they come, they should be coming with that information.
Okay.
And I know there's conversations going on with legal about that, because the library board has those same questions.
So if we want to coordinate as individuals about like going to talking council about something, do we have to do it outside of our board roles?
I think it's best if we do it that way.
So Scott would need to have a separate like non-board email and probably like include speaking with anyone that's interested here along with others as like individual private citizens.
I think that just make it a lot cleaner, and then we won't have to really worry about it.
so as long as we just say like the subject of the email is the issues committee and
And
not.
don't use any crowd emails.
Yeah, because then you probably else to take over time your group if it's these members. I think that's as
And whoever else you feel like is for.
So if somebody has a non-dedicated crowd email, they just have a general email, you can just use that.
And so you should, if you want to be involved, you should make sure Scott has that
I don't have a crowd email, because that was way too much for me to manage. I like a 4th email account, I don't need, so yeah, it's good. So just email me.
Okay.
So do you feel like?
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think the one other question I have is, so I think maybe it was Harold who said, we'll get you back a package, but you may not like the sticker price, right? Do we have any sense of like what that is? Like, what's the tolerance for like sales tax increase or package price that maybe staff becomes uncomfortable selling?
I'm shaky already. Now things going up.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it's only going to get worse.
those numbers you saw.
So that will be something we will talk about when we meet. I think it's week after next. Okay. As a staff. And then in that meantime, we also have another meeting scheduled with the YMCA.
That's going to be important.
Oh, yeah. Important. There you go.
What's that?
Interesting, probably, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it will be, yeah,
For both.
yeah, or intellectually challenging and.
So thank you everyone again for giving up your Saturday morning. This was actually really helpful for me, and I really liked just being able to talk more informally. I appreciate you guys. I know this is, I think, outside of your normal work hours.
No, we were just hoping that it was useful to, I mean, as our biggest piece coming into this, that we were able to provide something that's valuable for all of you.
Yeah, thank you.